Welcome to the Sleuth Intuition YouTube channel. Sit back, relax and chillax for a few.
Just take it easy, man.
You know, that's your answer for everything, dude.
Now just go, oh. What? Do it, man.
Don't be a scrub. Hit the thumbs up. Welcome to the Sleuth Intuition YouTube channel. Sit back, relax and chillax for a few.
Just take it easy, man.
You know, that's your answer for everything, dude.
Now just go, oh. What? Do it, man.
Well done, tax cut. Well done. Well, what's going on, everybody? Folding laundry. I'll stay as long as I can. Thank you, Miss Thing. Teresa, hello. Fight for Justice. Hi. What's up? What's up, Deb? Are you guys ready for the most boringest podcast ever? Cali Connect. It's good to see you. I hope everything's going well for you. Stay tuned for my Bruiser live stream. I'm working on a Bruiser GIF. You know his dance where he kind of like dances. I'm making a GIF that you can download, and it's his dance. So I'm working on that. Might even add it to my little intro. Yeah, it's going to be pretty badass. I'm pretty sure Bruiser would approve of it. Oh, here comes the excuses. She's like, just don't ask me to call in. Don't worry. You call in when you want to. You can come hang out in the chat and, you know, hang out and not feel pressured to call in. Oh, it looks like we do have a caller, though. Let's take a look here. Daniel Wooten.
Yeah, man. There? Yeah, I am, dude.
What's up, brother?
Hey, not much, man. I just wanted to tell you, man. Yeah, congratulations on your show and everything.
On my what?
On your podcast, you know.
What do you mean?
Well, you know, with everything going on with Delphi and everything like that, man, you know, I've been following you for a while. And you got some interesting stuff going on.
Give me some examples.
Well, you know, I sent a couple messages to you a couple times with Brad Heath, and you know, I am totally convinced that that guy's seen something, you know, up there that, you know, is really, if we knew what he told the police, I think that might be the missing piece to the puzzle. I really do, because it tore that guy up pretty bad.
Tore who up? I'm sorry.
Brad Heath. Yeah.
You're saying they tore him up pretty bad?
No, what he seen, you know, like I said,
tore him up. Yes.
Yeah, you know, he is the only publicly, you know, stated witness. I mean, seriously, I mean, you actually posted it on your thing, and I think he's seen something up there. He was near the trails the day of the murders, or that day, and he did give them some information. And it's kind of funny, you know, of course, you know, a lot of people have talked about a lot of those people in Delphi right now, man, they do have a gag order. They cannot speak, you know, due to the investigation and everything that's going on.
I just don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't see anything that has led me to believe that.
Well, the biggest one that would lead me or anybody else is, you know, look at Derek German, for instance. Believe me, that guy, you know, I've already, Sleuth, I live in Indiana, and I've already been up there and talked to a lot of the locals and, you know, this and that. But believe me, he would speak up for his daughter, but he can't because there's a lot of stuff going on up there that, you know, I think a lot of people don't know about, that the locals will talk to you about it, but they're not going to, you know, they're not going to come forward, you know, on like podcasts and stuff like that. A lot of them that know a lot more,
yeah,
especially stuff that I've seen up there personally. It's dude, there's some serious stuff going on up there. Seriously, there
What
really
of
is. I was up there all day.
out of the stuff that you have seen, what can you talk about?
Well, it ain't stuff that I've actually seen. It's people that I've talked to, and some of them, I don't want to say too much, but I did meet some people that are really close to the investigation, and their thoughts are a lot different than what a lot of people are going around saying. It just, and it freaked me out because I've been following the case for quite a while. But probably when the first press conference came out, uh, my fiance, she had told me about this case, and I was like, God, they got a video on this guy, they got his voice and everything, and they haven't solved this yet. And so I went. She told me that, and I went back to the very beginning. So I started looking at everything. In the first place I started was the family, and I started eliminating certain things off and this and that. And there's still some things in the back of your mind like, you might want to look into this a little more. But, following it, man, it's this stuff is so, we've been misled so bad,
Yeah.
by law enforcement and everything, and the FBI.
I don't know if it's law enforcement. I think it has a lot more to do with just the fact that so many young people were witnesses at the
Yeah,
time, like 14, 15, 16 year olds. They were all out there hanging out. I think the only reason that it seems so strange is because those are our witnesses.
right.
Um, when you think of a gag order, it's not a gag order. It's just that, people can't, um, media can't request an interview with them without permission from their parents or things like that, So
Yeah.
now's the time. I call this the season of murder sheets.
Oh,
Now,
yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
now's the time. All the people that were children, they're now adults. Go ask them questions now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's just so this case, man, this is one of them things that keep you up at night. I guess that's why I'm on your talking to you right now. Because you
Well,
like that late night stuff, and I like that because I have insomnia. But man, I
mhm.
really have been, looking at this case for a long time, and
well,
there's a
um,
lot of stuff that don't make sense.
Well, Daniel, we have somebody in the comments saying Teresa's asking what are locals saying? Like like if you were to put your head down to the tracks, like what are you hearing?
Well, I can honestly tell you, I talked to several people up there, and there is a drug element to this, and it deals with methamphetamine.
Hmm.
That's pretty much all I'm going to say. And yeah, it's awful. It really is.
What do you mean? You think
Well,
I mean
I
every
mean, it's
every
well,
small
if
town
you look
has
at
its
it,
problem,
and it definitely does. And I'm from North Carolina, man. I know all about this. And I
Yeah.
did work for the federal government for 3 years. And I've worked around this stuff. I know these type of people. And the worst thing that happened to me was releasing some of these people that were dealing and addicted to meth and this and that, getting out of prison, knowing that they were going to go back on the streets and do the same thing. And believe me, I worked with people that were, dealt with arson, child molestation, and some of these people were in prison for like 15 years. And you imagine how it made me feel knowing that I was part of letting these people go back on the streets. But you were asking me earlier about what the locals are saying. Yes, that came up a lot. It really did. Came up a lot more than any other theory. It
I
really.
mean, are they saying that this bridge guy is like an older person, or was there something going on with all these young kids that were hanging out?
That wasn't really mentioned at the time. Now, when I was in Delphi, this has been about a year and a half ago, I think it is, when I was up there. And from a lot of the locals, it seemed to think that they thought that Ron Logan did have some involvement in it.
Is it because of the video? Did they think that before the video?
They thought that before the video. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the impression I got. What I asked. And I didn't do a lot of the talking. Actually, my fiance did. And I was like, what did they just tell you? They're like, man. And we were in a part of the town that, you know, was one of those areas you could find out what a lot of people thought. And it's probably the truth. But who knows? You know, sleuth, man, it's like this. We may all be wrong. I was thinking the other day, man, you know, nobody knows. That's the puzzling thing. That's what draws this case. So many people are so fascinated by this case because we could all be wrong. This could be somebody we don't. When it comes out, it may be the total opposite of what everybody's thinking.
But why do you think they're misleading us? Like what, I mean, as a local, like what is it that you see that makes you think that?
Well, I personally don't think that they know who it is. That's number one. And I can back that up by telling you Robert Eyes did an interview, and I know you know who he is. But he plainly stated that there was no time that they ever thought that they knew who did that.
I remember that.
Who murdered those little girls. And he did include Doug Carter. So if you look at that, they're saying, and I don't think that they would publicly announce, if you think about it, they wouldn't publicly announce it if they didn't. I mean, why would they put that out like, we're going to tell everybody we don't know who it is, but really we do? They're asking for our help to find this man that murdered these two little girls, and it's just so sad, man. It really breaks my heart to pieces. And my theories are just like everybody else, Sleuth. I mean, it's kind of like this. You know, I could be wrong. I don't know. You know, my main thing is I really think that Brad Heath, I think he's seen something up there that day. And I'm not saying anything bad about Brad Heath. I'm just saying I think he's seen something up there that day during that time that is a key element to possibly solving this and finding this person, whether it be about meth, whether it be a serial killer, or all these other conspiracies that are going around. You know, we all have our own thoughts.
Brad Heath could be the hitchhiker.
Yeah, absolutely.
Man. Where the hitchhiker comes from.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've done your research, man. You put on a fantastic show. And I do watch a lot of the others. You know, Marvin, Frank, Crime and Shame, a lot of them. I even watched the True Crime Bloke. And I watch everything you guys are putting out there. And everything is just so, I mean, you can literally, it's almost like you can literally pin this on anybody up in Delphi during that time. It's just weird. It really is. But you definitely got to look at the facts of what we're getting, you know, what we're being told. It's really a shame that the law enforcement, and, you know, I truly believe, you know, that 2019 press conference that was held with Doug Carter, that was scripted by the FBI. I don't think a lot of that stuff in there was totally, you know, it was to try to draw the person out.
Yeah, to the killer, we're changing gears.
But it wasn't like you know, it wasn't like, hey, we know who you are. I think it was more or less like, you know.
We're closer. We're figuring out who you are.
Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. It's just totally, the way I'm looking at this whole thing is just totally different than, you know, I guess some people are looking at it. But the main thing is we need to get this person or these persons and bring this to justice. This is getting ridiculous. Seriously, the family needs closure. Those two little girls, man, you know, they're up in heaven right now. You know, I guarantee you they're saying, hey, when are y'all going to get this done? You know, we give you guys enough already. You know, but they're probably rejoicing a lot more than have to do that. But, you know, we do need to give them closure, and, you know, especially the family and everything like that, because these people have been run through the ringers.
Well, I do feel like there's a spiritual element to this case.
Absolutely. I'm glad you said that. It's the first time I've heard anybody kind of bring that up, and really appreciate you saying that. And, you know, one of the things that drew me to the Brad Heath thing was, you know, he seems like a very spiritual man. and he was blowing the freedom horn and everything up on the bridge. The
The
animal,
shofar.
yeah, the animal horn. Yeah, and he spoke some scriptures, and I thought to myself, this is the only person that I've seen of a man of faith really digging deep into his feelings of what's going on. If you listen to what he says, I think it'll open up some ears. He wasn't just praying for just the little girls; he was praying for that entire town. And
Yeah,
he
but the part that bothered me was the fact that he started crying. Like,
absolutely.
we need to see some strength at that point in time, I think. No? Or is that too much?
Well, for him, for somebody that they've went what they're going through, and Sleuth, I don't know if you knew this, but and this was on one of the other podcasters I picked up. Apparently, Brad Heath was, um, he had stayed over there or lived possibly with Ron Logan, Brad Heath and his son. And if you watch the video, there's another man on the bridge praying. And it's almost like he's feeling like the Spirit of the Lord and, presenting that out, praying over that bridge.
Yeah, I
That,
know him.
that possibly might be his son. They
No,
might
I
have
know who
both
that
been up
is.
there.
I know who that person is.
Oh, do you? Yeah, it
Yeah.
just really, but as far as the crying, I don't really understand. I mean, what exactly were you trying to say?
As far as what?
You said it takes somebody to be a little stronger, or I didn't pick up exactly what.
I think maybe the pressure may have gotten to him, the cameras and media and stuff like that. But just to see him, I don't know. I didn't want to see him cry.
Yeah.
I wanted to see him blow that shofar and show
Oh,
like
yeah.
present some strength and
Oh, I
like
understand what you're saying. Yeah.
we're
And
not gonna back down from this. You know what I mean? Because it could
yeah,
happen again if we don't keep attention on this. If it happens again, because this case is so strange. This is the type of case where it could happen again, and we're just going to be like, "Oh my God!" We're not even going to be that surprised.
yeah, exactly. The other thing with Brad Heath that struck me, and I understand totally, what you're saying about being a little stronger, but apparently, if you listen to what he said that he's seen some stuff up there, and that he wished that he could have given them a little more information or been in a different area. I'm thinking that he holds a lot of guilt. I
Yeah,
really do.
it
I
could
think
be
he
the same
holds
thing. The same thing that's going on with him could be times 10 with Derek German.
absolutely, and there's so many. It's so wild with this case because you have so many people that just fit the bill. Especially the
Did
people.
you watch my timeline that I put out the other day?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I've watched a lot of your videos.
What do you think about Bridge Guy, completing the murder and then trying to come back out and then seeing McCain and Derek German out there searching? You think that's possible?
Absolutely, I think it's possible.
Yeah.
And let me tell
So
you this, Sleuth. I'm no stranger to those type of areas. I am from Asheville, North Carolina, in the Appalachian Mountains. So I've done trails, man, and went in places that make that place look like Mickey Mouse Land. I mean,
yeah, that's a
seriously.
park. I could
Yeah,
run
it's
around
like
that
very.
park.
I mean,
Well, not
seriously.
now, but in my hiking days and my mountain climbing days,
Yeah,
I could run laps around that through the water and everything.
exactly. That's what I was thinking. And the places I've been in are untouched wilderness, man. I mean, you can't
Yeah.
play around in those areas.
Yeah,
Whoever
you
did
go
this,
trailblazing. Trailblazing is what it's about.
yeah, and that
Yeah.
kind of backs up the total thing. This has to be somebody that is local or somebody
Mhm.
knows that area pretty damn well. And let me tell you, they
Well,
do.
from what I understand, there's some pretty good fishing back there. You can hunt turkey, you can hunt deer. Apparently, there's a lot of shenanigans going on around Logan's property, so he may have a lot of unknowns coming and going. You know,
Yeah, and
so
if I was just a fisherman, but the thing about Delphi, man, and that Freedom Bridge and the Monon High Bridge and everything is that unless you're from there, dude, a lot of people don't know that place even exists. Just like if you came to my area, I
well,
mean, it would be pretty
one
rare.
thing I've been talking about is or Logan's Port to Lafayette.
Right. Exactly. I've heard of that.
What do you have in between?
Lafayette. I guess it would be the floor. Would it be the Flora County?
No, it's Delphi.
Yeah, Delphi. And then you
Yeah,
got
when you travel from Logansport or Peru to Lafayette, you
yeah,
go right.
I'm not familiar with
You
those
go
areas
you
too
go
well.
right past you go right past the Freedom Bridge.
Yeah. Now, when we were up there, Sleuth, this was during the period of time that James Chadwell was. They were thinking that he may have something to do with it. So we were in Lafayette at the time. I live in Fort Wayne, Indiana, so I'm not that far away. And we
Yeah,
wanted to
Fort
go
Wayne,
up there.
that's very close.
Yeah, we're real close, man. And the thing of it is we wanted to go up there and just pay our respects to Libby and Abby, and the family. So we wanted to take some stuff up to the bridge to the memorial, and just I wanted to go up there and just say a prayer and do
That's
my
nice.
thing. And yeah, and man, when I got up there, I didn't have any kind of feeling of scaredness or any sadness. It was almost a feeling of like these girls are at peace now, but we need to get this taken care of. We need to find out who this person is or these people are that did this, because
Well,
this is
I wish that I felt that they were at peace because I have no connection to Indiana. I
yeah.
have no connection to this case. I just relate to it. It's
Yeah.
very personal to
That's
me.
just the feeling I had on me. Now, other people may have a different feeling. Now,
Yeah.
my fiance, she had a different feeling. She's like, this is kind of creepy. This feels kind of weird. And I was like, just relax, let's get up there. And I think once we went up there and, paid our respects to the little memorial there before the bridge, we took some really good pictures. We hung out the entire day and entire night. And that backs up what I was telling you. I did get a chance to meet a lot of the locals. And let me tell you something, Sleuth. Here's the kicker. This is all I want to say is, they are children that live up there. And after this happened, man, it's kind of like these people are scared because nobody's been charged. Nothing is happening. So
Well, can I tell you about a report that came out? I think it was 2 days after the crime.
Right.
And then we'll get right back to what you were saying.
Sure.
What they did for the school was that anybody that normally wasn't able to take the buses would come and pick those children up. Like the community was terrified. Like I have the article. So that entire school community, if you normally walk to school, whether because you were close or because you're out of a bus route, they would come and get you and take you to school.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
When we went there, it was Abby and Libby's.
Yeah,
graduation.
Sleuth, when we went up there, it was Abby and Libby's, what was it?
Graduation.
It was their graduation, man. Imagine that. It was just,
They had buses in town.
yeah, they had buses in
All the
town and
seniors
everybody
driving
was
around.
driving up around the town of Delphi, celebrating. And here it is, those two little girls couldn't celebrate that. And man, let me tell you, it just broke my heart in two. I have a daughter myself, and of course she's all grown up, everything. But man, I tell you, if something like that was to happen to one of my children or my daughter or whatever, I mean, gosh, I don't know how I'd be a man.
Well,
really
you're
don't.
screaming corruption. What do you mean? Like you're saying it's got to be, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, we have all
Let me
this
tell you
evidence.
something, Sleuth. If it was me, and I'm just saying this is me, and
Okay.
everybody's different, and I'm not trying to put my beliefs or anything on anybody, but I tell you what, man, after this, I would have a damn lawyer if I was the family, and I would get some stuff taken care of and find out what the hell's going on, because there's information I believe that could lead to the capture of these people. This person that did this, and I think
Well,
it's got to be more than two. I mean, more than one. Let's just say more than one.
Well, I'm getting ready to. I've always been on the side of, hey, they don't need to release more of that video and audio, but I'm at the point now where I'm ready to petition for that. We need to see that full audio.
Absolutely, and that's the biggest reason I wanted to call you tonight, is to see if you could give me some information on how we can make this happen.
Well,
Let's get this taken
well,
care of.
Well, the reason why it's important to me is because we have so much information now. We have so many people that have been looking at the image, they've been doing their analysis.
Right.
And I looked at the way NASA does their image analysis. It's not technology, it's a technique. So the thing is you could have five people doing that technique and then another group of five do the same technique and have two separate results. So it's almost like go back and try it again and see if you can do better. That's why it almost looks like multiple images out there and sometimes looks like two people walking on the bridge. It's because what they're doing is they take each frame and they
Yeah,
overlap it like 100 times. So
absolutely.
yeah.
And I see some of the work that you did with the image of the bridge guy walking across the bridge, how you slowed that down and then reversed it. And man, I've seen some things in the face that I've never seen before. Not that I could, identify anybody, but I thought it was very impressive because it gives me a different angle or different way of looking at the face, but it's so confusing.
Thanks, Ronnie Millsap. Donated $3 to the channel. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Ronnie Millsap was a great country singer. But I tell you, man, it's geez, dude, it's got me so puzzled, Sleuth. I mean, but you've put out some stuff and some really interesting theories and this and that. It's you can't help
Well,
but
well,
watch
let's
guys
talk
do.
about it. Pick my brain right now. I mean, I am completely obsessed with this case in an unhealthy way.
Yeah, it'll keep you up at night. I think the thing of it is this is evil in its purest form, period. And if you watch, I know you're familiar with Detective Steve, and he's done a lot of stuff with some of the other podcasts. He may have worked with you on some. I've watched most of all your videos,
Steve, yeah, I'm
but a
familiar.
lot of them lately. But he would probably even tell you there's corruption going on. I mean, it's evident. I mean, there's stuff that the law enforcement probably, I'd say more on the FBI side than anything that would probably solve this case. But it generally, when you look at stuff like this, some of the cases that I'd worked with, or some of the people, it took them years to build these cases up against these people. And we're talking about people that were dealing in drugs, methamphetamine, cocaine, marijuana, whatever. Of course, this was back in the 90s. This is not now. But it took some of these people that got charged just for that. It took years to build the case up against them. And I wouldn't say it'd be that much difference against somebody that would be convicted with a double homicide if they don't have legitimate evidence. And that's another thing we need to talk about is the DNA, because in the state of Indiana, from what I'm hearing, they can't do a familiar DNA testing or it wouldn't hold up in court or something like that. So, there again, they may have done that on the side and maybe come up with some leads or something, which they may know, kind of have an idea of what family of this person is in, but they could never use it in court. Now, I don't know that as a fact. I'm just saying what I'm reading so far. Indiana has kind of
Well, that makes sense.
strict laws against familiar DNA testing.
Yep.
It's pretty
Well,
much
what
what I'm
it
saying.
is, well, it's not Indiana. What it is that the FBI only approved two private companies that they work with.
Right.
And
Okay.
so Indiana, they allow some, but they're not following their own guidelines. They're following the federal guidelines.
Okay.
So they're just on par with that. But one thing I want, are you familiar with a guy named Michael Peasley?
Michael Peasley? No, I don't recall that.
Can you see
that
the screen? Are you able to see the screen?
yeah, I can. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm seeing the screen right now.
You see the gentleman that's left out of that little powwow?
Yes, I see him. I have seen him before in a lot of the some of the footage.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I'm doing a live stream on him tomorrow.
Oh, awesome, man. Congratulations. Are you actually going to have him on the show?
No, I wish. I'm going to try to reach out to him. Yeah, definitely. That's
I don't know why you guys don't reach out to Brad Heath, man. You know, see if we can get this guy to
if
just give us a
no,
little.
I did reach out to Brad Heath.
Oh, you did?
He never responded.
Oh, geez. That's another thing I'm trying to tell you, Sleuth. It's those people up there are scared. You know, I did mention the word gag order, but I do think there's some people that the police and the FBI and the law enforcement agency have told these people, please, we're asking you not to be saying anything because you're going to hurt the investigation. We think
I don't think so.
we're going
I
to have
don't
this solved.
I don't think they know shit. I
Yeah.
think that they don't know anything.
I'm just saying that's what I think they're telling.
I don't think so. I think what they want is for people to speak up, if anything.
Oh Lord, because there is sure nobody speaking up, man.
Yeah, that's the
Nobody.
problem. Well, you see this guy right here? You see how he's kind of outside of this little group?
Yeah, I do see him. He's got the beard and the white and the bald head.
Let me ask you. I've done my research about him, and I'm going to ask the group. What's your guys' opinion about this guy?
Well, you know,
Like just looking at him, what do you think?
he doesn't want to be involved in the investigation. He's putting himself outside, and evidently
He's
they have
profiling
he's kind of profiling, and you know, it looks like that they don't really want him involved in the group, or he would be over there with those gentlemen. It's either they don't want him involved in the circle they're in, or either he doesn't want to be involved in the circle they're in. Or you'd be right there with your men. If you're in law enforcement, you stick together, man. It's like a team, you know. And these guys,
you know where that's at, right?
oh, geez, I can't. That's somewhere over near. Ain't that near the Mirrors?
That is the Mirrors lot.
Yeah, I was right, man. See, I've been keeping up. I mean, seriously, we were up there, Sleuth.
Look at the group, though. Look at the group. This is the 14th.
Yeah,
this is after they found the bodies. Look at this group here.
Yeah.
This guy Michael Peasley right here.
Yeah.
He is no lightweight. This dude. Well, I'm doing a whole live stream on him tomorrow, so make sure you guys tune in.
I can't wait.
This guy is a badass. So these guys right here are intimidated by him.
So he is like an outside source or investigator.
But what is he doing there? Why is he there on the 14th? You want to know why? Because he's based out of Indiana.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell by the look on his face, he seems very concerned. He's like, "What's going on? What are you guys talking about?"
The information. He's a cyber crimes expert. He's a FBI SWAT expert. This guy right here is intimidating that entire group.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you. They probably don't want him knowing a lot of stuff.
He has 2 cold cases under his belt standing right there. 2 cold cases. Wow.
Now you're meaning Abigail and Liberty.
No. He has already solved 2 cold cases with his knowledge. Yes, he's been a participant in solving 2 cold cases. Victor Lofton is one of them, and then the case of Sydney Nicole Buchanan.
Oh wow, man! I don't know a lot about this gentleman. I definitely can't wait to.
Yeah, that dude's a badass. Let's see. Maybe I'll give you guys a taste of some of his. Oh, here's another image. Hold on. Daniel, you still there? We may have lost Daniel. Daniel, make sure you call back in when you get a chance.
For coming today. Today we're going to talk about the Abby Libby case. Some of the people standing behind me is Superintendent Doug Carter with the Indiana State Police. You got Detective Deputy Sheriff Kevin Hammond over here. Excuse me, over there.
Yeah,
You got,
Deb, he's a badass for sure.
Sheriff Tobe Lesby with the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. On this side, Special Agent, FBI Special Agent Mike Peasley, and then First Sergeant Jerry Holman. They're going to discuss today the things that have been going on over the last year with this case. Over here, excuse me, over there, you got Sheriff Tobe Lesby with the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. On this
Because it's
side,
his
Special
case.
Agent, FBI Special Agent Mike Peasley, and then First Sergeant Jerry Holman. They're going to discuss today.
Yeah, this dude right here is an absolute badass. Just in case you were wondering. I had no clue. Here, let's show this. So this is the same guy. His name is Special Agent Mike Peasley. Now, what he's doing is he's showing Indiana State Police how to negotiate for how their SWAT team should negotiate while hiding undercover, or not undercover, but hiding behind cover. So let's say they're seeking cover and they're negotiating with the attacker or the assailant. So this Mike Peasley guy is teaching them how to do that. So yeah, and this dude don't mess around. Well, to be honest, Deb, before he's a cybersecurity guy, he's part of a program called GRIT. Now, GRIT is a gang task force. He just happens to be a cybercrime expert. That's not his forte. So, the reason I want to talk about him, and tomorrow's live stream is also going to be about the program GRIT. Now, what GRIT is, it's a gang task force. And what happens is the FBI joins forces with local Indiana law enforcement, and they take down basically what they consider from a state level organized crime. So why is a state level organized crime or somebody who deals with organized gang activity part of the Delphi investigation from the beginning? That's the question. Yeah, Michael Peasley why is he there? This dude is no fucking joke. He's also an image expert. He solved a cold case by not by doing his own image work, but he delegated how to get the image cleared. And we're going to talk about that. I don't want to give too much away. Yeah, GRIT, GRIT. Maybe I'll play one video here. Actually, I might have an article here. Yeah, I guess I can share this. All right, let's take a look. This is an article that I was planning on sharing during that stream here. Maryville. Oh, wait, hold on. Looks like we might have somebody calling in. Hold on a second here. Brian James, are you there?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
What's up? What's on your mind?
Oh, I was just wanting to talk to you about something that I saw you post earlier on Randy's live.
Sure.
It's something that's really been weighing on my mind here recently, about the case. You know, this, not saying that somebody wouldn't come forth eventually, but I don't think the money and the just because it's the right thing to do is working right now. I think the fear is so high on this person, you know, as far as them not coming forth with information. And I don't know if law enforcement can elaborate on what type of safety this person would get, but I think that would be a better selling point right now on trying to get that person to come forward.
So is that that's what you heard me say recently, right?
Well, I've been thinking about it for about 2 weeks now, and I saw you post something about the safety earlier on Randy's live, and I was like, man, that I want to talk to him about that because that's it's
a selling point.
I think it's probably the best selling point they got right now, because the point is, I know people, and you probably do too. I know people who turn their own mother in for $300,000.
Yeah, but not if their mother carried a freaking sharp blade in their back pocket and killed multiple people.
That's exactly right. And one thing that I wanted to get your opinion on, you know, even if they say, you know, if you give us bridge guy, we'll put you in witness protection or whatever, that's not gonna. I mean, they can't put their whole entire family, you know what I mean, type thing. Like
yeah, you don't need to get to me. You just need to get to somebody that I care about.
Exactly. So, but I was just trying to figure out, when you said that, I was like, man, I hope he does a call in soon because I want to talk to him and kind of pick his brain on that a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, your guess is as good as mine, honestly, on that one.
Because that's, you know, that is something that I've heard Doug Carter say. He 1,000% is for sure somebody knows. Now, how he knows that, you know, don't know. But
well, I mean, Bridge Guy knows. The thing is, we can't take what they say. We got to take everything they say with a grain of salt. They're only there to save face. They're not there to do anything. They say, hey, our 2017 presser was ridiculous. In 2018, we got to do a better one. We got to give them something. So I don't look at that too much. We have to listen to everything, every single thing. Like for instance, I was looking at a case early on 2014. There was 2013. I'm sorry. At a place about 2 hours from Delphi, there was a guy at a park, and he was trying to commit suicide.
And when was this?
It was on the 13th. It was it was about a 2-hour drive away, and it was 2 hours after the crime. So it's just stuff like that. So I'm just saying that's just an example. I'm not saying that means anything, or I'm just saying we need to keep an eye out for stuff like that.
Right. You know, that's something that, and everybody has their own opinion on how old he is. I personally believe he's an older guy, but you know, me and my brother, I call him my brother. He's my best friend. We've been doing a lot of talking about this case, and we both believe he's older. And he's like, man, I hope we can solve this before he has a heart attack.
Well, let me ask you, why is he older? Let's talk about that. That's important.
Why do I believe he's older?
Well, you seems like you have a team of people that are looking at this, and your group of people that are looking at this information. Why do you guys think he's older?
I believe he's older just because the facial features that I see on the poor image that's really there. I believe he's older. I think his voice sounds older as well.
Have you done some like extensive image analysis, or are you just taking a simplistic look, like forget all that, I'm looking at this guy, he's older, it's common sense?
Well, when I look at this picture, and the voice is probably more telling than anything to me, in my opinion, on why I believe he's older. The voice does definitely not sound like someone in their 20s to me. But when you get into the facial features and the type of clothes he's wearing, now that's strictly speculation. I mean, anybody could wear anything. The hands in the pockets, that's another thing to me that I actually did last year.
That could be a young person.
I mean, it could be. I'm just saying what my opinion is.
But listen, can't that be a young person?
I don't think it sounds young at all. Especially the down the hill part, which they say is muffled or whatever. Could, I mean, obviously I don't, that's just my personal opinion. And me and my best friend, when we're looking at this and looking at the clothes he's wearing, it just doesn't strike me. And like I said, anybody could wear anything, but from the hands in the pockets, like where I'm from in Arkansas, I went to a place called Texarkana. I don't know if you're familiar with the city, but it's huh?
Yeah, Texarkana.
Okay, so we went out and it was cold, and what we observed was people walking, because we wanted to see if the hands in the pockets had anything related to do with age. On, is there more people walking in cold weather with their hands in their pockets? Now that doesn't mean nothing, I know, but it was just interesting to us that the people we saw were older. May not mount to a hill of beans, but it was just interesting to us.
It's a good thought, but I mean, we have so little to go on. Who knows if he just what if he was walking kind of nervously the whole time, and then as soon as he got towards the end where everything seems to be in better condition, that's when he reaches in and grabs his gun or his weapon. What if he's only walking for a split second with his hands in his pockets or something? We just don't know.
I mean, it's pretty possible. Like I said, the voice, especially on down the hill part, and when I hear down the hill, I've listened to this a million times, just like probably everyone else has, and it sounds I hear a rasp in this voice. I hear somebody who's been smoking for years. That's just personally what I hear.
I thought that for a while. Yeah.
So what were we talking about before we got off on the age?
Just people being gag orders and things like that.
I don't know about that. There may be some out there. I'm not aware of any. If there are, do you know of any actual gag orders out there? Or?
No, that's what I was trying to explain, is that I don't think it has anything to do with gag orders. I just think it has a lot to do with a lot of minors at the time.
Right. I think this fear, I've heard a lot of people mention the drug theory, and there could possibly be a drug element to this. I often wonder if maybe they have an idea of who orchestrated, if this was a drug hit, someone sending a message, maybe they might possibly have an idea who did it. But as far as what's the word I'm looking for? Organized or set up the hit, but maybe don't know exactly who actually did it. I personally believe they don't have a damn clue who Bridge Guy is.
Yeah, I think if it was a tight-knit little group who did it, and I think it was teenagers who did it. I think it was a group of teenage girls who, with help of maybe one or two men, I think that they ambushed Liberty.
Why do you think it was teenage girls who?
One is because the teenage girl was fighting with Liberty prior to the crime, so that's motive. My second reason is that the same girl that she was fighting with introduced her to the Anthony Shots profile. And thirdly, the same person that introduced her to the Anthony Shots profile is the same person who reported the ski mask incident and which is the same incident that gave law enforcement the Anthony Shots information to begin with. They wouldn't have it unless it was for that incident.
Right. Now, when you say younger guys, I mean, what are you thinking? It's just hard. It's hard that a little teenage girl would have that kind of power to have that kind of hit done.
Well, it's the transcripts. They talked to Keegan Klein or whatever. He's like, I didn't start talking to her until February 1st. Well, it's probably because the person who was trying to catfish Liberty didn't use Keegan Klein until February 1st. And that's basically when the fight started. So I think that he's covering for somebody. I think that he was hired and maybe sex was a payment. I don't know. But I find it strange that the ski mask incident and the person who introduced Libby to Anthony Shots is also family friends with Keegan Klein.
Right. How old does is there a certain age where these girls can be questioned? I know they got to have.
They're over 18. They're over 18 now.
Well, I know now. I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about back then.
Then you have to have because a couple people did. Media would come down like during the first couple weeks to the trails and to the bridge, and with parents' permission, they were able to talk to media. Right. So I'm assuming that's the same thing.
You I noticed earlier you said there was about 25% chance this was a random attack. Maybe someone just catfishing the girls. And when I say random, I don't mean like he just showed up there one day and decided to kill somebody. Maybe he was catfishing them, but it's not really. I don't know. But like I said, the transcripts, those are pretty hard to ignore. There's some stuff in there that's looks pretty good as far as pointing the finger at the Kleins.
Well, there's another theory that the Kleins, heavy drug abusers, they don't abide by the normal 9 to 5 schedule. Tony Klein works midnight shifts. You got neighbors who used to live next to you, who live up the street, coming and hanging out, who apparently have access to your phone. And if you're doing drugs and people owe you favors and you're dealing with these bad people and they're talking about, how much money you can get for this, or, hey, do you want to see something that I did? And then they're into something bad and they say, hey, look, hey, do you think you could catfish this girl for me? The killer says that to Keegan Klein. Hey, those are cool pictures. Do you think you could catfish this person? Yeah, we'll catfish her and then give me, access so that I can later on, or just take the access, or never ask for somebody to catfish them, just to notice that Keegan Klein is catfishing Liberty. And if he's passed out high as shit, just take access to the phone, or maybe you share access. I don't know. Maybe you can bully Keegan Klein into giving him that information. There's a million different ways that somebody could get access to that Anthony Shots profile.
I think you didn't mean to say it, but I think you may have hit the nail on the head as far as Anthony Klein. I think son and daddy is involved there. I don't think Tony Klein is totally out of the woods on that one. That's just my opinion.
Well, the DNA, you got to think about it. They got both of their DNAs. Both of them admitted to having their DNAs. They're not the killer. Whether or not they're the bridge guy, I don't know. But those guys are not the killers. They're not. It's either that or we have no good DNA, and that's all there is to it.
And see, I still struggle in my brain on whether there was someone else there besides bridge guy. When I first started listening to the voices, guys and down the hill sounded a little bit different to me.
Law enforcement, they tell us no. They say it clear as day. The person that you're listening to is one person.
Well,
That means that means
Curtis said, excuse me, what he said is when you listen closely to what they say this is not two people speaking, and this is the person speaking is the person on the bridge with the girls. You know,
correct.
there's no the biggest thing that I go back to is why would, and I can't remember his name, but he said you can't see what's over here. He doesn't say you can't hear. He says you cannot see what's over here, and you can't see what's over here. So that kind of it's really confusing me because
he's telling you the reason why they don't show us the whole video.
I think I personally believe there's something there. That's just my opinion.
That's what he's telling us.
Yeah.
He's telling us that there may be something over here and there may be something over there. That's why we can't show you the whole video. But they need to.
I believe they do too. Unless it's just, someone's arm or someone's coat, that's going to be, I don't think anybody could possibly identify somebody by that unless there's some sort of marking or, some very profound scar on a hand or, something in that edge of that.
It could be nothing. They could, because if you think about it, until 2019, they didn't start providing us with new information. It seems like they escalate. They looked so bad in the 2017 presser. 2018, they had to step it up. And then 2019 had to do 2018 and so on and so forth. It's just an escalation, but really they're just feeding the trolls, so to speak. There's nothing new. They always knew about Anthony Klein. They always knew about the ski mask incident. They always knew about Ron Logan. We didn't know about any of that shit. So everything is a lie. The family didn't know. We didn't know. Media didn't know. Nobody knows. It's like they don't know what the hell is going on.
I have a big problem with the 3 years. I believe it was 3 years that, Keegan was not in prison or not in jail there.
Who did he molest and sextort during that time?
Yeah. And I think I have an idea of why they, maybe they thought he could flush out Bridge Guy for him or, something like that. Maybe they were trying to make some sort of deal with him, I'm sure, because I believe in the transcripts, he said that they told him they would make it all go away or something of that nature.
No, that was in the original. That was in the HLN.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. But I knew I'd heard that. And I mean,
yeah, he said it.
He also, and he also said that, he gave them DNA, fingerprints, and all that. And so I'm kind of like you. I don't believe
Klein too.
I don't believe they're the killer, but I think they probably know more than probably adding on there. But
yeah, they could have been there. They could have. Think about it. The girls, when they got dropped off, they didn't go to the High Bridge. They went to Freedom Bridge.
Right.
That's where everybody's hanging out, and that's where the killer went. And the killer went. And this is what I think after watching all these incel videos of these people who have terrorized girls, and they've created the same type of accounts. They created these models, and some of them even use the same model. Can you believe that? The same model. And they show up and they say, "Oh, you're here to meet such and such." The fake profile, huh? Oh, what? I'm too good. You're too good for me. And they create this conflict. They seek a conflict with these people. They're so out of touch with reality, and they're so fed up with being let down by all these women that they attack them. They're like, "Oh, you swiped right on the cute Anthony Shots guy, but when I tried to confront you or say hi to you, you swiped left." So now there's this rage, you know what I mean? Like now they have a target.
I'm glad you said that because that was going to bring me to what I was fixing to say. So at some point, Libby decides she needs to start recording, right? Mm-hmm. Or taking a picture of this bridge guy.
It's because at the Freedom Bridge, they had a conflict.
I think there was a very inappropriate comment or gesture or conflict, like you say, or either that or he was following them, all the way through there. And
Oh, who you here? You meeting Anthony? You here to meet Anthony? Oh, what is it? Is he from Alaska? Oh, you're meeting a real cute guy, right? Is he a model? They're like, what the fuck?
exactly. So, or when he says, hey, or tries to talk to him and like, get away from us, you creepy pervert, or whatever, that could have been the match that lit the fuse.
Yep. Oh, okay, okay. And then he kind of waits. Or the truth is, man, you know what? This is the part where you just don't know.
Yeah. But there was something that caused her to record, because
Yeah.
I've been hiking my whole life in Arkansas, and there's been people in front of me, behind me, and I'm never just
You always know the weird guy, though. I'm an avid hiker, mountain climber. You
right.
always know when somebody's weird. You always know, because hiking is like a small town. Every time you pass somebody, you say hi.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, you ask them, how's the trail up ahead? Because I've hiked some trails where they just go up there and come straight back, like a short trail, 3 or 4 mile trail, and yeah, I mean, you talk to everybody really out there. So,
Yep. It's like fishing.
yep, man. But the match that lit the fuse, that has always sparked my curiosity. What,
And the things that I'm looking at right now is the fact that Tara German and all of them, they're okay with her having this huge party house, and that there was a lot of people at the trails that day. Apparently, there was tons of kids, but you have to think, okay, there's a bunch of kids. They're not going to be over there near the Monon High Bridge. That's where Abby and Libby, that's their turf, like that's where they're going to get dropped off. But then they're going to walk up to the Freedom Bridge. That's their area. Abby's gone fishing there. They both live near there. But all of the spectators are coming and they're going to the Freedom Bridge, and Libby is dragging Abby to this social event. You know what I mean? Like, you're my backup. She may not be dragging her, but this is not her norm, I think.
I think you're probably right on that. I think Abby was, if Libby was going to meet somebody there, Abby was like the wingman type thing. Man, so complicated.
Well, Keegan Klein deleted his main phone from February 10th all the way to February 16th, I believe.
Wasn't that coincident?
And this is when law enforcement claims that he was grooming her with the
Right.
money and the money and all that stuff.
But see, I'm kind of curious about the grooming thing, because if he's using the Anthony Shots profile and using the pictures of this, good looking male model, I find it hard to believe that money would have to be used.
Well, if she says no, you know what I mean? And if during, let's say during the conversation, he's saying, if I want something, I usually pay for it. And she's like, "Oh, well, if you want something, why can't you pay for it?" So what I'm thinking is that whoever Anthony Shots is, whoever is the killer, is somebody that Keegan Klein knows, and it's somebody who has a lot of money. And that's what brings me to the friend that was asking him to meet people in Las Vegas.
Do you think this was anything to do with like the films or whatever? Do you think it was filmed?
It could be. It could be to launder money. It could be to sell a product. If it was revenge, maybe he could have been hired. Maybe he was given money. Maybe he was given product. But honestly, I think that it was something that was documented. And I think that they could have possibly Keegan had nothing to do with the murder. I think that whoever did it, I think it was a whole group of people, and they've all known each other for so long. It's just like to snitch on somebody like that is basically almost could equal a death sentence. You know?
Well, that's what, and another thing me and my brother were talking about. There have been people, snitch on people they've been friends with for 25 years. And then you might be friends with someone for 3 years and you might take that shit to your grave for that person. And nobody can understand why they were that loyal to that person
Well,
other than fear.
when I was a young kid, like, look, I had all these felonies before I was 18, even before I was 16. I didn't have a felony since I was 16. But I ran with gangs, I ran away, I stole vehicles, I did crimes with stolen vehicles. Like, I know how the streets work, I know how they think, I know how they breathe. You do everything in a stolen car, you do this, but where it comes from is a place detached from reality. It's a group of people that are high on something. It's a group of people that are detached from reality. They're stressed. So whoever this group is, they've lost their ability to see what reality is. So whoever that is, that's who we're looking for, in my opinion.
Right. Another thing that, as far as an alibi, I was thinking on if the murderer's cell phone. Now, I'm not sure the cell phone, I don't know how that would work as far as evidence of, as far as where that person's cell phone ping, because I could put my cell phone in the Rocky Mountains. That doesn't mean I'm there.
That sounds like the whole Ron Logan situation.
Do you believe he was involved?
No.
I mean, there are some interesting things about why he was, that phone call was made at that time. I mean, there are
209.
coincidences, but,
Yeah, but you got to remember 209 matches right with the time. Like, he got home and was able to take a shower and call somebody to come pick him up. He's ready to go out.
well, and somebody brought this up in a live the other night. I think it was on Marvin Franks, that he had 4 or 5 months before his house was searched.
No, he was searched right away on the 16th, but they couldn't search his outbuildings. They searched him on a probation, either probation or parole. They're like, okay, we can search your home and we can look at your guns, but they couldn't search the sheds, the outbuildings, the barns. They weren't able to do that until March.
See, I was under the I was thinking that they didn't search his place at all until March.
No, they did a basic search prior to that.
So you don't think he had any knowings of it?
No, I don't think he had any clue. If somebody, it's possible that somebody knew what he was up to, and knowing that he wasn't there or him, whatever his activities were, they took advantage of that. But that's the same goes for Brad Weber. You know what I mean? That Weber property on the other side. I think if you're going to suspect one, you got to suspect the other.
Yeah. It took a lot of guts to do this in broad daylight, number one. But if I'm not mistaken, when you go down the hill, you go across a private drive, right?
Well, I think the best question is what's down the hill.
Are you referring to why they would cross that creek?
No, I'm asking what's down the hill. If you go down that hill, what's the first thing you run into?
Private drive.
The private drive. So why do you want them to go down the hill to hit the private drive? Makes you wonder.
Makes you wonder if they were headed down the drive and bolted.
Yeah, he wanted them to go up the private drive, but instead they kept going down, and it wouldn't be the first time they crossed the creek. They know that they got to get the hell out of there. But if somebody's panicking, who knows? But I'm just saying.
I would love to know how deep that water is in that general vicinity, because I've heard people say the river was up a little bit. I mean, I don't know, but I would like to know the depth of what that water was and the degree that it was.
I did a live stream about the sandbar. Basically, kind of runs with the stream, but it's higher than the rest of the area. So basically, I was wondering if law enforcement thought that the killer was local because he knew to take the girls across that sandbar and then across the creek. So you could actually walk across that sandbar and only be like 1 or 2 feet underneath the water. And then at certain points, it would be 3 or 4. But it's pretty shallow. But only if you knew, because at that point in time, the sandbar was covered in water. You wouldn't know it was there. But usually it's underwater and above water and exposed. So if you're local to that area, at most times you would know that there's a sandbar there. So that's why I wonder if the girls knew the killer and they all walked across that sandbar together.
Yeah. How tall was Abby and Libby?
4 or 5 feet, 5'4",
5'4",
5'4", 5'5", right in that area.
So if you're and you said there's places there that can get up to 4 feet deep.
I don't know. Hold on. Here, I can play you the video right here. Let's watch this video. This will tell you exactly.
It says searchers were waist deep on your chat.
And they're not. They're standing like the water's not even to their knees. This video right here. Hold on. Let me load it into my StreamYard. I was going to share my screen, but it'll be better this way. Yeah, they were, and you can see the sandbar. If you look closely, you can kind of see it.
Right.
And they're trying to stay on it. So let me take this off of here.
Juveniles. Request you be en route to station to be briefed on 2 missing juveniles. Tone time, 19.
All right. See that right there? Waist, that's not waist deep. That's like ankle deep. And the guy on the right, here, let's just play this.
I can't see anything on my screen. It's frozen on the highway picture.
I know, we're playing.
Huh.
Yeah, these guys are like barely over their, not even to their knees. There's a couple that are walking further out. Yeah, but they're not on the sandbar. You can even see the sandbar kind of hitting the water in the middle there. You see them right there. Can you guys see the sandbar?
On my screen when I'm looking at this, it just has, it's the picture of the highway is frozen.
But
I mean,
sure.
I can. It may just be
right here. You can see 3 of the frogmen, and underneath them, you can kind of see the sandbar, and they're all standing on it. The water's not even to their knees.
I've always wondered that, because I've always, I mean, other than, possibly finding stuff like footprints or sliding down the bank in the mud, like if that was exactly where they crossed, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we know
you can see the bodies right there where I showed you. You can see the bodies.
Right.
Yeah. Right there. So, I mean, we all know what the crime scene looks like because of this video. But the most important thing is, what were they looking for? Did he leave his clothes there? Why was Tony Leggett looking over that embankment? You know what I mean? You know those photos I'm talking.
I've actually thought about that, and I've often wondered if something was not done to them in the water or right there at the edge. Because I mean, feasibly speaking, it's not really that far from the water's edge to where they were found.
Not at all.
I've often wondered that. The water, I mean, and the reason I was wondering about the depth of the water, because, you know, if you get totally soaked in those kind of weather, I mean, that water, I mean, what was it? Probably 50 degrees.
The water was definitely lower than that.
I mean, 40 degrees, you know what I'm saying? So you can't, if you get,
wait, no, outside it was barely 50. So, I mean, that water was probably 20, 30 degrees.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if you got wet, soaked to the bone, and, you know, water that cold and weather like that, you probably wouldn't have very long at all before hypothermia would set in.
No, I don't think you're at risk of hypothermia.
Why would you not think so?
I would say you'd have to be below freezing. That day the sun was out midday, just being out in the sun. Let's say you went through the creek fully wet and just sat there in the sun. Eventually you're going to warm up. Yeah, I don't see any fear of hypothermia. But now, late at night, yeah, instantly.
Well, I mean, they probably didn't stop to warm up after they got out of the creek.
No. But if they did take off their clothes to warm up, which would be the smart thing to do, who knows? Like I'm saying, we don't know what they did. Why did Libby take off her clothes? Why was she undressed? Was it for sexual reasons, or was it because they fell in the creek? I don't know.
Yeah. That's very good. And I wanted to also talk, you know, I've heard people say different things. Heard people say that, you know, yes, somebody did encounter Bridge Guy after the murders. And then I've heard people say nobody encountered him after the murders. So what are your thoughts on that?
I'm not sure. I think maybe if it was a bunch of young kids, I'm thinking maybe if somebody planned it, yeah, I think they saw him. I think they know what happened. I think that the people that did see something, they're basically useless right now until there's a court, you know, until they have a court of law and they have their suspect on, you know, on trial. All those people that they question are really useless until then. You know what I mean? I wish they would come forward, but they could have all these witnesses and they're really useless until then.
Right. You know, going back to the window of opportunity here for this guy, that is one hell of a tight window, in my opinion. And, you know, people talk about all the, you know, people that were out there supposedly, and you look in these pictures and like, you don't see anybody.
Well, let's say the CPS vehicle has nothing to do with anything. Let's say the killer is one of these teenagers that's running around there and they're parked at the Mears lot, and they could easily run back to their vehicle, change their clothes, come running back into the trail, or even leave the trails completely and return. So, yeah, we really don't know what happened. It could be, we don't know the motive. It's all about motive.
Right. You know, going back to the that we were talking about hiking and stuff. When I go hunting, I use this thing called Onyx. Of course, there's also Google Maps and stuff that you can look up a certain place. For a long time, I didn't believe he was that local. And when I say that local, I mean, I didn't believe he was, you know, people say, well, he had to be local because he knew the trails. But I mean, we're not talking about Yellowstone here. We're talking about feasibly, when you look at this, it would not be hard to figure out.
It's a one-way road.
I mean, I can think of one.
Well, as a hiker, put yourself there. I could pull up there early in the morning, park at the CPS building, run up that building, cross that bridge for the very first time, take a look at all that private property, go back and sit in my car in under an hour.
That's what I've always thought. I thought the argument of he had to, anybody with any sense at all. I mean, because it struck me about 3 months ago when I was looking at this bridge or looking at the Google Maps thing. I was like, man, this would be so easy to figure out. Like, this would not be hard at all.
Well, it's not that he didn't know the area. It's just that he may have familiarized himself with the area. It wouldn't take long. 2 hours, you could run around that whole place. It's that small.
Right. And this is a guy in broad daylight, and people have claimed to have spoke to him. I personally believe there's only one reason he felt comfortable doing that.
Why is that?
I believe that he knew he wouldn't be recognized.
I think so. He's wearing a disguise for sure. He's got something going on.
I've never tried to put my theory on people, but I'm sticking hard to that one because in broad daylight, and when he runs into all these people, and they talk about how confident that they believe this guy is, and I think he was very confident. I think he didn't.
I think he's still confident.
I think he's regaining a very dangerous confidence.
Yes, and I don't like that. It's weird that you said that because today is the first day that I thought about that.
I was talking to Steve on True Crime Web, and I posted a question on there. I said, I believe this person could be someone who frequents sporting events, hangouts, hiking trails, places young women hang out. If this, depending on if this fits into this person's fantasy. And, I also believe that he's probably laughing at law enforcement right now, thinking y'all don't have a clue.
I agree.
I think
hold that thought real quick for me, Brian.
Okay.
Let me play this video, but I promise I'm going to be right back. Okay.
Okay.
still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to take something out of the oven.
I hear you.
Yep, it's going to be a long night, I think, man.
Yeah, I don't sleep worth a crap anyway. Never.
Yeah, tonight, I don't know. I just can't sleep at all.
And sometimes, man, I have to take I do have to take a breather because I'll get so consumed in it. You know what I mean?
Well, I did an interview with that Julian Powell guy.
Yeah.
And he made a comment like, hey, I'm so consumed by the case that I started to dream about it. And I kind of thought he was crazy for that. But I've actually started to do that lately.
Yeah, it's definitely not crazy because I've actually had dreams about it too. Not the dreams I've asked for, but
so Brian, you said you are local, right?
No, I'm not local. I'm from Arkansas.
Oh, Arkansas. Sorry. What got you into the case?
Well, I love like songwriting. That's my thing. And so you got to kind of figure out, you know, which words to put where. And since I've always been intrigued with unsolved mysteries, you know, growing up watching that stuff. And
do you sing country?
Yes.
I could tell because you have that voice. You have like that country voice, soft country voice.
Yeah, that's always. But the case intrigued me when I looked at it, and I saw it on my phone just pop up on YouTube. I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago, and it was just like, man, you know, how is probably what got a lot of people is not only the brutality of this murder, but it's just like we got all this evidence, we got video, we got audio. You know, Robert Ives talks about all the physical evidence, and it's like, man. And I honestly think, other than it being 2 little girls and people wanting to get a monster off the street, I think that there being so much evidence and still can't no one solve it. You know what I mean?
That's the frustrating part for me.
I firmly believe they need some new eyes.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need.
I don't mean to be disrespectful or step on anyone's toes in law enforcement because I don't know what they know. And I have to remind myself of that constantly. I don't know what they know. So, I mean, kind of like the guy I was listening to earlier on your live, we might all be so damn far from it, it's not even funny. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And I would love to find that out. I'm okay with that.
And I figured one day we will, but it's just.
I would love to be so far off, because for me to know that I'm so far off means that they found what was really going on.
And I think a lot of people are drawn to this case, you know, to be honest, because of the reward money. I think that's pulled a lot of, you know, internet people in, you know, saying, I'm going to solve this and get the money.
Yeah, people don't really get reward money though. Like that just doesn't happen that way. You know, it's just, that's like a thing. It's just a thing that they put out for cases. I don't think people really get reward money. Have you ever heard of somebody yelling around like, hey, I got all this reward money? You never really hear about those people.
Well, I really don't want to anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So what's going to happen? What's going to happen is they don't need a reward. They just need somebody that knows what happened, who knows who did this. They need to come forward, and it's because they're guilty. They don't need money. The last thing those people want is money. They're freaking out right now.
Right. But so what you're saying, you think that if somebody did come forward and say, hey, law enforcement, here's Bridge Guy, and it turned out to be Bridge Guy, they wouldn't give him the money?
I think it's possible, but typically that just doesn't happen.
That's a hell of a promise to make to someone, and I think that would probably go live. If they did, I think someone would be very upset.
Well, if you listen to statements from like FBI agents and law enforcement, they'll tell you that reward money, it's just a tool. Like it's something that rarely gets paid out. Like when they get all this money saved, when the case is solved, typically they don't have to pay it out.
Huh. I've never heard that. I mean,
Yeah, it's just
that's
it's like a
hell of
tool.
thing to promise people on live TV or national TV though, and then not do it.
Yeah.
And if somebody was scared and they did come forth with that evidence, I think they would have every right to be upset about it because they're the ones taking all the risk.
Yeah, what they need to do, and this is to anybody that's listening out there, if you know who the killer is, go find your nearest news outlet and report that information and evidence, and then let them make it public first.
Right.
Go public with everything, and then go get your reward.
Yeah, I mean, because they definitely deserve it. If somebody could figure this out or something clicked, and
Yeah, because you would have to have proof, like the video, like a possible video, or you were there, or something that would get you convicted in court. You know what I mean?
well, I mean, for me, and I know people on your live and maybe you probably wouldn't believe me, I wouldn't want to get near it. I would not. If I figured out who Bridge Guy was, I would call my tip in and I would want to be done with that, because for me, I think about, a lot of people are probably not going to believe me when I say it, but this person is maybe the most dangerous type of criminal, whether he's an assassin or whether he's, a catfish predator.
He got away.
He killed 2 little girls in broad daylight. There is nothing this guy won't do.
Yep, and he did it for a reason, and nobody knows why.
Yeah.
So maybe it is random. Maybe that's what we're missing. Maybe it is something random. Well, how else do you have such a curious case?
What do you mean?
That's the only way you can get away with the murder, is it being completely random. Like have you ever seen the movie Mr. Brooks?
Yeah, the longer and longer this case goes on, and I heard Doug Carter say here a while back, that's the only piece they're missing. And evidence is great, but if you don't have anyone to stick it to, if you had double handprints somewhere, if you have nothing to match that to, I mean, how good is it? You know what I mean?
Exactly. You got to have the same person. The DNA and the evidence they have is basically like having the person. It's like it's a ghost.
Well, and on the DNA thing, also have to remember about all the searchers that trampled through that.
Could be the killer.
Could be.
You want to see? Did you say you can't see? Can you see the video? Can you see the video right now?
No, my screen is still frozen on the highway.
Oh, then I'm not.
I don't know why it's never done that. So,
yeah, that's weird. Well, there's a video when they were searching. We all know that Mike Patty, he went early on. He left and he went home and he got a couple hours of sleep, and then he came back around 3. Well, the reason he came back around 3 is because that's when everybody was organizing at the fire station. Well, there was a couple media outlets, I think 2 or 3, that showed up at 3 a.m. and they were taking footage. Well, one of the clips of footage is a guy that's coming out at 3 a.m. on the 14th that appears to look like the Bridge Guy. You want to see it? Oh, I guess you can't see it.
And I don't know how to do my screen without exiting the call. I don't know if it'll exit the call.
You want to call right back?
Yeah, I can. Let me.
Yeah, Yeah, because I want to load this up, and because you've been such a great caller, maybe you can help me walk everybody through it.
Okay, that'll be great.
Daniel?
Oh yeah. Hey.
All right. So
Yeah, I
let's
got
go ahead.
cut off from you earlier, Sleuth. I'm sorry. Oh yeah. Hey.
No, you sound good, but you might need to turn down the YouTube version there.
Okay. Do you hear me a little better now?
Yeah, you sound great. So I pulled out the RTV.
Yeah.
Now check this out. Tell me what you think. Now, my first opinion. Well, let's let you guys watch this.
Earlier this morning, asking him if it was common for his granddaughter to do something like this. Listen to what he said.
Did you see that guy?
Okay, the first man.
Grandfather earlier this morning asking him if it was common for his granddaughter to do something like this. Listen to what he said.
So this is him showing back up at like 3 a.m. This is 3 a.m. in the morning, and they're getting ready to go search.
And you're talking about Mike Patty?
No, not Mike Patty. Look at this guy right here.
It's common for
right there. See this guy? Now he has a holster on. He has a brown leather holster on his right side.
To do something like this.
Okay, I see him.
Boom, right there. Now check this out. Now I thought he was a Flora cop. Do you see the brown object?
Yes, I do.
Okay, hold on. I have Brian calling back in. Hold on, give me a second.
Missing Carroll County teens. Wow. So this is an entirely different case.
Hold on a second, Daniel. We have another caller. Give me a second.
Sure.
Hello, Brian?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Okay, hold on a second. Let me remove this real quick. Welcome back.
Appreciate it.
What's on your mind?
Well, you was talking about the video, which I can actually see now. You said we were going to walk through that, so.
Yeah. Can you see it or no?
Yeah, I can see it now.
All right. And we got Daniel Wooten and Brian James. Can you guys see each other?
Oh, yeah, I can see Brian. I was listening to a lot of what Brian was saying, and I'm like totally on board with everything that he had mentioned. I mean, it was like he was reading my mind, really, on a lot of the stuff he said.
What do you think about that, Brian?
Well, I appreciate it. Like I said, I stay twisted between stuff sometimes, but I try to come up with what, I think is best possible scenario. I try not to get too far out there, but
well, what about when you're by yourself or you're with people that you trust? Do you get out there? I mean, I don't mind getting out there. I think what we need is to get out there. Either get out there or get extremely close. Something's been overlooked, and maybe getting out there might mean getting closer. What do you think about that?
I go back and forth, to be honest with you. I guess my furthest that I ventured is I really honestly go back and forth as far as was it random or was it not. And the longer we go without an arrest, the more it pushes me to think that it was more random than.
Well, the part that bothers me with all that is we take things like the Erskine text. We take that as fact. That's not a fact.
I don't take it at all.
We take information from the Ron Logan affidavit as fact. That's not fact. We really don't know anything. We don't know anything. We need when Doug Carter says one piece, what he's talking about is that this puzzle it's a puzzle of only one piece. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, any murder can be solved with one piece. Yeah.
The whole there is no puzzle. It's just a piece. So
Yeah.
we need somebody to lay down the whole puzzle on the table. And I think that's going to take pressure.
Yes, I believe so too.
Yeah, Brian was saying earlier, I think he said the best thing, Sleuth, is we need a second set of eyes on this thing. Pronto. We need to get some different people in there, different investigators, and get rid of. I mean, I'm not saying, well, Tobe Lesenby, his turn's up, so they're going to have to get a new sheriff. But there's some other big people that need to get involved and say, hey, look, we want to.
Well, I agree. That's why I'm trying to do this show probably tomorrow on this program. It's called Grit. It's where the FBI kind of steps in and interjects with the state level, and they use all the resources from the federal level and provide it to the state level. So why aren't they doing that with Delphi? They're doing that for drugs. They're doing that for gangs and drugs. But when it comes to like a double murder, they're not really doing it. We saw Michael Peasley. Where is he now? We haven't seen him. He's no longer. We need somebody like him involved.
I think we definitely need somebody, to look at this from an outside opinion. And I know they've said they brought in other agencies and stuff like that, but man, it's really hard for me to believe that somebody, and that's another reason why I always kind of believe that it wasn't somebody from there, or that it was more of a random thing, because man, you're talking about FBI, all these agencies and stuff that they claim to have had, that's a lot of smart people, in theory.
That's what I'm saying. That's the whole point. Like, that's why that's why I'm talking about this guy, Michael Peasley. Like, this guy's top notch. Like, you're not going to he's already solved 2 cold cases, not to mention like a lot of fresh cases. Like, this guy being involved from day one, basically on the 14th, he is the baddest of the baddest. For him to come up short, it's either that he's being kept out of the little boys club, or there's corruption, because this dude is a badass. I'm telling you, I spent all yesterday and all day studying this guy. He is a fucking madman. It's like either he's the killer and we're dealing with the Stephen King novel, or they pushed him out for some reason. And why?
What do you think, Daniel? Hello?
Daniel.
I said Daniel first, and I was like, oh, I hope I got his name right.
It's okay. He'll be back.
Hey, do you know if the FBI and all that was brought in on the Evansdale murders?
Yes.
They were?
Mm-hmm.
It's very interesting to me.
Yeah. I'm extremely interested in the Evansdale case. I can't wait to get started on that information. On my private time, I just kind of like look at information regarding that, and it's very similar to the Delphi case.
Yeah, it's. How many hours is that apart? Do you know?
6, I think.
6. I mean, it's kind of far, but not terribly far.
It's not far at all.
I've often, talking about the killer and his exit, I wanted to touch on something. I was watching a movie the other night called John Wick.
Good movie.
Yeah. One thing that I noticed when he did something really bad, when he went in there and assassinated that girl that had a seat at the high table, the first thing he did when he ran out of there was disappear. Was try to go into a crowd.
Mm-hmm.
And where I'm going with this is that has often made me believe that the killer is possibly from a bigger town or city. And I got to looking at the bigger towns and cities. And the reason I got thinking about that is because it would almost make sense that you would go and, you see what I'm saying?
Well, Delphi's the center point between Logansport and Lafayette. They're pretty big cities.
Well, and then you have Peru. I mean, how big is
Peru is much further back, but yeah, and then you also have Peru. But
I mean, I
saying,
mapped it, and it's only like 45 minutes from the crime scene.
I'm just thinking, I wonder what the percentage is of people that live in Lafayette that work in Logansport. And I wonder who live in Logansport and work in Lafayette. I wonder what the percentages are. But every day, whoever those people are, they go right past the Freedom Bridge every day.
Yeah.
Back and forth, back and forth.
I've often, ever since the Keegan Klein stuff came out, I've really had a gut instinct about Peru, because and I can't really explain why, other than when he leaves there, I mean, you just go up the interstate and get on another interstate, and I mean, you're moving a little bit faster than if you're just going through small towns, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now that might not mean nothing, but it's just something that's always.
So you talking about back roads, not the Hoosier?
Well, I mean that main. I have to look at the map again. I haven't looked at the map in a while, but when you get out on that highway, that goes way up there towards Peru, doesn't it?
Yeah, if you keep going past Logansport, you hit Peru.
Yeah. And when the Keegan Klein thing came out, because they're from Peru, aren't they?
Yeah, Peru, Kokomo. They're from Bunker Hill, Gainesville. They're from all around there. Young America.
Also, wanted to get your theory on your opinion on the road where they said his Snapchat was Country Club Road. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Because it says in that deal, that he's like, well, my grandparents live so and so. He's like, you weren't at your grandparents.
Mm-hmm. What about it?
What's your opinion on that?
My opinion is that's probably where he met the killers.
Yeah.
Yeah, he met the killers, and whoever lives at that home knows who the killer is, in my opinion.
I think whoever lives at that home has got a very key piece of information.
Because they never said that Keegan was there. They just said his phone was logged in as searching through with porn. He could have very well. We know that early in the morning, around 8 a.m., he was logging in and out on different phones with the Anthony shots and communicating with Liberty. So if he's doing that and then also logging in on a Wi-Fi, I'm assuming he went there, got all fucked up with a group of numbskulls, was convinced, or he stayed back and provided the information for Anthony Shots to come and commit this crime. And he was probably promised a shit ton of money. And it also probably has a lot to do with why they went to Las Vegas. Probably lies. A lot of lies, maybe,
Yeah. Man, it's a lot. It's kind of a lot to wrap your head around.
Yeah, it is.
Such a very. And, me and my friend were talking about it. He said, if we knew what law enforcement knows, our opinions would probably change.
Yeah, speaking of what law enforcement knows, because, for example, they took DNA from Tony Klein and Keegan Klein. For all we don't know, maybe they do have a match. Maybe there is some type of match there.
I'm very interested in why they took the dog.
Well, we know that in the Ron Logan affidavit, and we also know from Kim Riley, they talk about a human element and then a scientific element. Now that the Ron Logan stuff's available, we know that that means fibers and unknown hairs.
Well, I've thought about that when they say unknown hairs, but since they took the dog, I mean, can they not test these hairs and tell whether it belongs to, feline, canine? I mean, I don't know how DNA or how hair testing works or whatever, but
Yeah, but the whole dog situation comes from a neighbor who says, "Yeah, they took their dog." That's it. So all that means is maybe they took the dog to secure the area. We don't know that they took the dog, kept the dog, and did tested the dog. A lot of that stems from the rumor mill, and that's all we know is that during a search warrant, the neighbor reported that they took the dog.
right. I don't know. I found that very interesting. I don't know that I've heard of many cases where they took a dog.
I think if it's I'm sure if they're trying to search an area, they're not going to just let this dog run around. I'd be curious to see who had the dog. Was it animal control?
And how
Was it
long? I mean, do we know
yeah,
how long?
were they just holding the dog? Once they were done interviewing, was the dog returned to the owner?
That's the information that I think would tell us a little bit more about that is
Yeah, I just wouldn't look into it right now unless you know. Like I wouldn't lean like the dog is something specific unless you have something that says that. Otherwise, it's just a dog running around in the middle of a search warrant and they don't find that particularly comfortable.
yeah. Do you know if Libby, if they had a pet dog?
I know there was puppies. Something about a puppy that day. Yeah, they just got puppies. So what do you mean? Why? Why are you asking? I think there was a puppy involved, a new puppy.
The reason I'm asking is because I know when I go to my mother's house, she's got 3 dogs. And when I leave there, I have to use a lint roller for like an hour because I'm absolutely covered in dog hair.
Welcome to my, that's how I live.
I just, and I love dogs, man, but I cannot stand to be just covered in dog hair. And on top of that, my favorite color to wear is black. So there you go.
Oh, that's just how I live, man. I'm just covered in animal hair. It's just like part of my life.
I've often, of course it's a speculation. I try not to do a whole lot of it, but it's, with me thinking of that, me being covered in dog hair, I've often wondered if, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
I've just often wondered if the bodies had, certain hairs on them, or if that, maybe that had anything to do with it.
Well, what I think is that the killer took off his little disguise right there where the bodies were.
It could be.
He just left it like a mafia gun, like a hitman gun. Something he knew that what he had in that bag when he changed into his gear, it was not tied to him at all. He knew it, and he knew that he could leave it. He had gloves on and everything. So it could be very well that the hairs and the fibers that they recovered were from that. And when they say we're holding cards close to our chest or information that we reveal, they could very well have that jacket and those jeans and shoes. Who knows?
That'd be a hell of a thing to leave behind, wouldn't it?
I don't know. I would, if it wasn't tied to me, I wouldn't mind leaving it.
Well, yeah.
Especially if it was covered in blood.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, tough thing. And I thought about something else too the other day, Sleuth, is there are places that I hunted growing up that I haven't been to in 25 years, that if I went back to it, I would still know it like the back of my hand.
Wait, say that again. We had somebody was calling in, and then I lost him. Sorry.
There are places that I hunted when I was 5 years old that I haven't been to in 25 years that I still could go back there to this day and know it like the back of my hand.
Right. Me too. I remember when I was a kid, when I had family in Minnesota, we used to run around a small town and we would hop train cars and we would hop on moving trains and jump off of them when we got to lakes and stuff like that. So, yeah.
I think that's also another theory of mine as far as, you know, he might be from that area, you know. It's also another theory.
Daniel, turn your YouTube off. Welcome back to the chat.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, just turn your YouTube off.
Okay. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yep, you sound great. Welcome back.
Oh yeah, awesome. Yeah, I was just listening to what you guys were saying, you know, about being in areas that, you know, you haven't been in a long time, years, and you can go back to it and still, you know, totally, you know, find out the fishing spot that you were at 10 years ago, you know. And you guys definitely know that feeling. But the reason I called back, Sleuth, is I just wanted to get yours and Brian's opinion or what y'all think about, because I got my own theory on this certain thing, and it's DNA. Do you guys think that they could possibly use this as familiar DNA to find a distant relative, which I'm real familiar with this because I use this same process. I'm adopted, and I was able to find my biological family that way. It's really simple. Yes, it's very simple. And that's why I was stating earlier when I talked to you, I don't think that I think they only have maybe, from what I'm hearing through the grapevine.
Are you in Indiana?
Yes, I'm in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Hmm.
Yeah, I live here. I'm not too far from Delphi. We were up there. Yeah, I called you earlier.
There was something about a law. Okay, this is the law in Indiana. Okay, they can only use certain programs to do that unless the person who donates their DNA, like you, opts into the program.
Okay.
They can't even use that in a murder investigation?
Unless you opt in. You have to opt into the program while you're checking your DNA or providing your DNA to these sites.
So it's not like California, Sleuth, is what you're saying.
No, it's completely Indiana's strange. You have to physically opt in for them to search your DNA that way.
That's a big problem.
Through ancestral stuff.
And Sleuth, I don't know if you and Brian know this, but in the state of Indiana where I'm living now, I'm originally from North Carolina, but they have they're the 48th state with the most unsolved homicides out of all the states in the United States. They're that far behind. Seriously, man, I am not now I may be off on the number a little bit. I'm just saying we're on the bottom of the barrel. We got to step it up.
I agree. You always want your state to be successful and step up. I'm very proud of my state.
You're out there in California or Colorado.
Sure.
Wow, that's odd, man. I'd love to visit there. I can't wait so I can get out there. You know, they had that Chris Watts case out there. I don't know if you're. I'm sure you're probably familiar with that.
Yeah. What is it? The Moab?
Well, the Chris Watts, you know, he murdered.
Oh no, Chris Watts. Yeah, he killed his wife and he had a mistress and put his children in that freaking oil thing. Yeah,
he killed his wife and unborn son and his two little girls. Man, this guy was evil, sick,
evil, and he was he's the epitome of what they call crocodile tears.
Oh gosh, dude, it makes me physically sick at my stomach to even think of, to bring that up. But I remember Colorado. I love to visit there, and I have plans on it.
I love Colorado.
I remember that one case, Sleuth, with Chris Watts, and you know, thank God they have him in custody. He's in prison. He'll never get out. But you know, he was facing the death penalty, and the family didn't want that. So they chose to, they didn't want to put him to death. They felt it was probably more of a punishment to spend the remaining years of your life in prison, which, I could understand that, man. You know,
Yeah, and think about the lies that we don't know about with his little mistress and all that stuff. Like
I know it's crazy.
that reminds me of Delphi. Like we won't know because there's certain people that won't tell us. You know what I mean?
Exactly. There's more to the story, and I think everybody's starting to pick that up now. But I think the quickest way we could get this thing solved is definitely with a petition of some sort, and go
Yeah,
that way.
we need the video. I think that and I hate to say it, but I'm getting ready to start a rampage. I want to see that full video unless it's showing something that's hurtful to the case. I want to know what the conversation was. We can see that the guy that's walking across the bridge, he's saying something to the girls. He's
Yeah,
talking to them. He's
I
spitting out
totally agree.
something and he's talking. I want to hear all that. I want to hear that interaction between the girls.
Yeah,
I want
that's
to
the
hear it.
thing. The police, the thing of it is they have this footage, but if they did have a little bit more, that one little bit more may
Well,
tip
think
off.
about all the information that we have right now. Think about everything that we know about Keegan Klein, all the people that he knows, and then
Right.
we know about the search warrant. We know about Ron Logan. We know about Garrett Kurtz. Okay, we know about all this information. Now they release the full video. We might be able to say who the fuck that guy is. We
You're
might be able
damn
to
right.
actually know.
Exactly. That one little snidbit, that one little millisecond could let somebody know who did this. And they'd be like,
It's
I know
possible.
definitely who that is, but they don't think it's significant enough, is what I
Yeah,
think.
it's possible. It's very
But
possible that.
it's very significant to somebody that would see it and say, hey, I think I know who that is.
But honestly, I
Walking
think
across the
that's what they're
bridge.
getting. I think that's what they're getting ready to do. I think they're
Gosh,
getting
I hope
ready.
so, Sleuth. And
Well, think about it. Look at the progression. The 2017, 2018, 2019. Now look at where we're at. They're ready. Let's have
yeah,
it.
5 years, man, 5 years.
It's
And
yeah.
nothing has been done. It's like, Doug Carter, all due respect, but, that 19 press conference to me, it's almost like a riddle, man. It's like a riddle you can't hardly solve. It just don't make sense to me, a lot of it. It really don't. And I understand about bringing religion and everything in it, but the way he handled that, to me, I'm a very religious person. I'm a man of faith. But the way he handled that was, I just didn't like that, the way he did that. But yeah, man, I don't think these guys really truly know exactly who it is. But I think they know that, they know where it started from, but they're just not tracing it right
Well,
as far
this
as
is
the
where the
man of the
corruption
shot.
comes from. How can you have
Exactly.
a video of the guy on the bridge? You
There's
have
no
the
way.
audio of him. You have all these people that were there. Even though they were minors, we know now that there was all these people all over the trails.
Yeah,
How
and
is it that
nobody's
this guy can, he didn't go by himself and grab these girls in a headlock and drag them across that bridge and then kill them? No,
right.
this was a well orchestrated, well thought out plan, whether it was teenagers or adults or teenagers with help of adults. They knew the girls. There was apparently no sign of a struggle and no fight. How do you explain that? How are you across that creek, missing a shoe near the private drive, but yet you're across the creek, no sign of a fight, no sign of a
Right.
struggle, but you're brutally murdered. You're murdered to the point in this affidavit that the killer would obviously be covered in blood. Now, how is this
Absolutely.
possible?
I don't know, man. That's the puzzling thing. It's just I cannot figure it out. I really can't. But for somebody to do something like this and get away with it, not leave that much evidence and stuff, as far as walking away with it, if it's all in
They
blood.
haven't, to be honest, the way I'm feeling now today and the way I'm feeling about this whole case, I don't think that they have gotten away with anything.
Right.
I don't think so. I think that these people are going down and I'm going to be able to feel great about the fact that I've invested so much time into this case that I'm
Yeah,
gonna be in a position to
absolutely. And we appreciate you, man. I mean, you've made
yeah, I'm
some
gonna
excellent
celebrate. No, no,
moves.
no, no, no. I'm gonna celebrate, and I'm gonna have every right to.
Well, I'd love to celebrate with you, man. And I think you're on to something here. And keep this stuff going and make awareness. And we need to get this solved. I mean, to me, man, I've been studying and looking over cases for years, man, since the early
Yeah.
90s. And for some reason, this one particular case with these two little girls, Abby and Libby, getting murdered up there, it's bothered me beyond beliefs, man, of some of the other stuff that I've seen and had to go through. And
Well, you know what it was for me? What it was for me was not only did it hit home for me because of my daughter and things like that, but most importantly, it was just kind of like it was like I've had enough.
yeah,
After seeing a crime like this, it's like I just had enough. I was fed up. I was pissed off. How does this happen? This is America. You
yeah,
know, I felt I was just so fed up and pissed off that I had to do something. It's not that this is case is something different than what's been going on all over America. This was just a breaking point for me. I was just so fucking
wow.
pissed off when it happened. I had just had enough. So
Well,
here
it's
we
so
are.
good to hear your story. I was so interested in what really triggered you or really wanted you to have the passion.
Yeah, I
Cover
mean,
such
yeah,
things.
I just been watching it, and then to see this Delphi case and all the evidence they have, and this poor little town. I'm from a small town. I know
Yeah,
what it means to be a small town. It means you go to the gas station and they call you by your fucking name. I know what it's as bad as it is good.
but yeah, Sleuth, when we were up there, man, no lie, man, it's you ride through that town, man, everybody's looking over their shoulder, man, wondering
I felt
why
bad.
you're there.
I told you what they said. The school board, all the buses were going and picking up people. Like,
Yes,
imagine the fear. That's
it,
horrible.
it
I
really
guarantee
is going.
I bet you people were calling sick from school, from work. Like,
Yeah,
yeah, it was horrible.
it's horrible, especially for the children and the young people that have to grow up there and always have to have that horrible memory,
Okay.
and
Yeah,
especially
but what about this? What about this? Let's talk about this for a second. What about the snickering prick?
the snickering prick.
Yeah, where is that snickering prick?
Yeah, that's a good question, man. I wish we knew.
Yeah, where is that son of a bitch?
Man, there's got to be somebody that knows something. And that brings up my thoughts that you did that great piece on Brad Heath, and I hate to keep bringing that up, but I think that guy may be able to, if whatever he told the police, I think that may be a key piece of the puzzle for the people that they're asking for
Wait,
help
let me
from.
ask you, what are you really saying? Are you suspicious of Brad?
No, I'm not suspicious of him at all. I think that what he told the police would back up that they were possibly some sort of drug activity and things going up in that area.
Why drugs? I think he may
Well, I'm
have
just
just
saying,
seen
saying
I
he
think
seems to suspicious activity.
okay, like the killer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's very possible
I
because he
think he
did
sees
report it.
suspicious activity, and there's probably a lot more that he told them, but we'll
But
never
where
know.
was he? But where was it? Where was he?
They said
Was he at
he
the
plainly said he was near the trails. That's what he
Yeah.
says on the interview.
So was he hired? And we know what company he works for. I have all that information.
Well,
Um,
apparently apparently from what I'm hearing through the grapevine now, I might not be right on this. I'm just saying. Apparently he was up there and he was kind of goofing off or doing some stuff that
no,
he really shouldn't have been doing.
he was hired for extermination. I can
Right,
prove that.
exactly. He was, and what it was is he was working for his wife's
No, it's
in-laws.
no, he's working for a well-known company. They're very well known. He's working for a reputable company, and they were hired to do a legitimate job that day. I just don't know where.
Yeah, he plainly says where he was. He said he was near the trails. So if you're near the
Yeah.
trails, that means you're pretty enough near
It's
to
that
see
road.
the
Now,
entrance of
what's that road right there that goes right in front of the Mears property?
you're talking about the old CPS building?
No, not that far. The road that goes right in front of the Mears lot where they were dropped off. What is that? What road is that?
Yeah, I drove by that. I don't know the exact name of the lot, Sleuth, but I
No,
did
not
go
the
by
lot.
there.
I'm talking about the street. The street that
Yeah, I don't
eventually
know the name of the
leads.
street, but I was on it and I did see that entrance where they were dropped off. And if you
Yeah.
look there, you really are not supposed to park on that side of the road. So you're really supposed to go down.
Well, at
to
one point, they did have a small parking area, but it was just
Oh, did they?
yeah, just for a few vehicles.
Wow, I didn't know that because we were wanting to park there, and we kind of figured we best not.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I know what you're saying. It's very it's this is one of the things that keeps you up at night. It sure is. But you and Brian, kind of hit the nail on the head. It's as far as that the image of the man walking across the bridge. To me, it definitely looks somebody that's a little bit older, probably maybe in their
Really?
40s.
Brian, you think that's an older person?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I thought he would agree with me on that. Seriously, man, it's when you look at that, it just is the body build, the way he moves,
in
look at
everything.
all the aspects.
Body build. What do you mean the body build?
He's kind of like got that middle-aged man weight on him,
Okay. What if
he's
what
not
if
built
he-
like a younger man. Even a younger man that was overweight wouldn't be built like that.
Well, let me ask you
guy
this:
has some-
what if
has some
let's
strength.
picture a young man from today. Let's say he's got skinny jeans on and he's dressed in today's fashion, and he decides in order to cover up who he is, he's going to put on a blue jacket and some baggy jeans.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's a possibility. But you just see the stature of the man, just the way he holds himself. To me, doesn't
No.
look like
You haven't
anybody.
taken into consideration the motion blur. You have to look at the techniques that were used by NASA. They explain to you that there's this motion blur that is ridiculous. You're watching like, I wish there was a way to explain it, but I don't know. It's hard to unless you really look.
Yeah, it's very complicated. I'm just saying firsthand looks on it. Even from this day when I first started looking at this case, I said that has to be someone, probably well into their 40s, possibly 50s.
But
I just
how
didn't see a
can you
younger
tell
person.
that unless you know what you're looking at? It reminds me of Sean Harmon. Sean Harmon, he's looking at that same image and he's saying that's my dad. That's
Yeah, I've
Dennis
seen some
Harmon.
stuff
Well,
on
hold
him.
on. Let me explain. He's saying that's Dennis Harmon. He's like, my father, Dennis Harmon, has a big head and he has this huge clown-shaped nose. That's
Right.
got to be him. But that's because he's basing his opinion off of what he's seeing, but not
Right.
what is really there.
Exactly, and that's pretty much all I'm doing. I'm just giving you my thoughts on it. But if you look at the statistics, or if you take 20 people, I guarantee you, out of those 20 people, they're going to say that looks like more like an older man than it does a younger
Yeah,
guy in his 20s.
exactly. That's why we had an older man sketch, and now we have a younger man sketch because
Yeah.
now we know.
And it has a lot to do with, I think, some of the witnesses too, Sleuth.
I'm a firm believer on these sketches, though. One thing law enforcement says that I wholeheartedly believe is a sketch is not a photograph.
Yeah.
He says there are bits and pieces of this sketch because Doug Carter said he's had a bunch of people walk up to him. I was watching him when Kelsey German interviewed him, talking to him about why does this sketch look 20 years difference? And he said, and when Kelsey German said, there's bits and pieces, he said, I wish everybody would think that. He said, because
No, she said because of new technology, which was
Yeah,
a
she
lie.
did say that. That kind of goes to the point of phenotyping too.
It wasn't phenotyping; it was a lie.
I'm not really buying into when that younger sketch come out, though. I am a firm believer that it wasn't because I think there's bits and pieces though of each of them that would glue together and make Bridge Guy. Is my opinion.
Well, what do you think about the whole Kim Riley early on, the first presser? He says, "Yeah, we have a witness," and he's like acting like he doesn't want to give information. And then he accidentally slips out, and he says, "She." Now, this is the same person that supposedly saw that Bridge Guy didn't have blue eyes, and she's supposedly the dog lady. But you got to remember, early on, all of this was in reference to the old guy sketch. So when they say you never thought we would switch gears or whatever, maybe it was because she was lying.
Yeah, I mean, I have a hard time believing that, and I know people can see different things, but I have a hard time believing if all three of us were on that trail that day and saw Bridge Guy that we would have that different of an opinion on what he looks like.
Well, it's not that you have a different opinion, it's that you saw somebody else.
Well, I mean, and that very well could be.
It's the proof. It's the truth, because if you look at CrimeCon, I think in 2000, sometime like late in 2018, Holman, who was a lead investigator at the time, is talking about the sketches, and he's saying, look, yeah, we went to the new sketch because the old sketch, we found out, because it takes time. You have to go and invest, and you have to interview every person that was on the trail. So after you interview all those people, of course, you're bringing photographs of Mike Patty. You're bringing photographs of family members that were there. You're bringing photographs of people that were there, and they're like, oh, shit. Yeah, when I gave you the sketch, yeah, that's the guy I seen was Mike Patty and Cody Patty. Like, I'm sorry. And they're like, okay, well, now we got to go in a fucking different direction now that they've actually done so this is actually proof that the law enforcement in Indiana did do the investigation. So I want everybody to realize that the new sketch in the new direction is actually a good sign, because that means that they conducted an investigation of everybody that was on that trail, and they found out that the person that they're looking for, they have witnesses of, and it's a younger person.
Yes. Now, Sleuth, is it true that the first sketch was actually, I mean, the sketch they have now, the younger BG, that was actually the first sketch, correct?
It used to be common knowledge that it was done on the 17th. And I used to repeat that, but honestly, I just don't know. From what I understand, yes, it was something that was provided early on.
Yeah.
But the extent of that, we just don't know, and that's going to be something that we'll know at the end of it all.
And see, that would be huge to know right now.
Yeah, it's some of the bullshit that people just assume, and it's something that I used to assume, and there's certain
and I did too.
Yeah,
you hear it so much, Sleuth.
We can't assume that.
Yeah, you're right. We really don't need to. But I'll tell you what, if it was, that would really help us out here, you know, because the law enforcement and everything from Delphi, all these people have asked for the public's help, and we want to help, but we don't want to be led in the wrong direction. Is what I'm saying.
We don't have much to help with is the problem.
Exactly, man.
Well, there's
it's
also
almost like
talk,
we're being led wrong.
Before we get too far off the topic from what we were just speaking about, there's also talk of a lady 6 months after the fact reporting an incident.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So maybe there was some talk of the young person sketch, and then later on down the road, somebody was able to corroborate that testimony or whatever.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of speculation, a lot of things that I'm hearing through different channels and this and that there's supposed to be a break coming soon, but it just never happens.
One thing that go ahead. Sorry.
I think the sketch that they did of the person that see if I can recall it right, that pulled over a young woman.
Yep.
I think that is a pretty decent sketch on what I believe Bridge Guy resembles.
Yeah, it's pretty good. especially with the indentions, the small nose, the pig nose. It's like
Yeah,
you don't have a pig nose, but you have a nose. If I'm looking directly at you, I can see both of your nostrils kind of flared up naturally.
exactly.
That's the only thing I can agree upon when it comes to the bridge guy is that
You
he
know the
has a
thing I,
big nose.
you know
And
the
it
thing I
looks just
noticed.
like it looks just like the young sketch.
Yeah, the thing I noticed. I don't know if you guys will agree with me. I've really studied that sketch, and to me, the thing that really strikes me is the darkness of the eyes. You know, just they're kind of like they're hooded eyes, but they're it's a darker looking eyes. Well, almost like this person, their pupils. It would look like they didn't have pupils, in my opinion. The eyes look very dark.
I would probably agree on that.
I really do, guys. I mean, I hope y'all don't think I'm crazy, but that's I work in the optometry business, and that's the first thing that I noticed as far as that
Yeah,
stuff. I see this guy's
real
got
quick,
very dark.
Adam says he brings up a good point. This is something that Doug Carter did say. He said, "We have a witness. You made mistakes," and this was 2021. So this is after 2019. So he made mistakes. There's witnesses. That's why we have the younger sketch.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's why they had to change direction or shift gears, as he said. You know, it's a shame, guys. You know what's happened. There's so many mistakes that's been made. But you know, these got that county and these little small towns. They weren't used to this sort of thing happening. I've lived in towns just like Delphi, man. One in particular is Pickens, South Carolina. Very similar. But they've never had a situation quite like this breakout, or you'd hear it all across the news.
Brian, Daniel, you guys hold down the fort. I'm going to be right back. I have to take care of something.
But yeah, Brian, you from out there now, Arkansas, right, man?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's awesome, dude. Yeah, I'm from North Carolina. We right now we're staying in a suite up here in Indiana. We're having some repairs done on my home, but we ran into a fellow from Arkansas, and what a pleasure, real good guy. And I've actually been to Arkansas. I usually go up to Nashville and Memphis, and then I cross over into Arkansas. And I went over there and hung out and partied and hung out with some really cool people, man.
Well, hell, if you're from North Carolina, that's where the shine gets drank.
Yes, it is. It gets made and drank, mostly drank. But yeah, absolutely. But yeah, Sleuth's got a great show, and man, I've learned a lot from him, and I've actually been following him for quite some time.
Yeah, I enjoy it, and I follow 3 or 4 others, you know, and I think that's what makes it great about so many people trying to shine a light on this. Is it's going to make it, maybe hopefully make him hide in the shadows a little longer.
Absolutely, and it needs to be done, and I think that's what they're wanting. And like you said earlier, they're just not giving us anything. Like Detective Steve said, it's almost like they're holding a carrot out in front of us and dangling it.
Well, I'm, you know, I could be, you know, I might be wrong. People might laugh at me till their stomach hurts, but I'm a firm believer they ain't got a damn clue who he is.
That's what I'm thinking. And yeah, absolutely. And if you ask me, you said, Daniel, you know, who do you think this could possibly be? Who is your POI? Let me tell you something. I don't know. And I've been looking at this case since 2019.
Honestly, I don't have a POI. I mean, I've got people that I think resemble the sketches and stuff like that. But as far as me having a solid POI, I honestly don't have one.
Yeah, I don't either, Brian. And that's the hardest thing for me is like, gosh, man, we got to know. We have got to know who this is.
I mean, thinking that the Kleins somehow know something.
Yes, with the Anthony shots and all that stuff popping up. And yeah, absolutely, man. There's got to be a connection somewhere.
Right. But I mean, as far as the bridge guy goes, I personally don't believe it's either one of the Kleins. That's just my personal opinion.
And you know, there's people that can actually take somebody else's profile, say for instance, and recreate that same profile. And I don't know, man. You know, it's I don't know
what these
what
people
happened.
can do with cell phones and stuff. It's
Yeah,
kind of
exactly. It's very scary, man. And I'll tell you, man, I just really want the thing that bothers me. I was telling you guys earlier, you know, I got a daughter of my own, and she's all grown up now. But man, I just can't imagine, you know, one of my daughters at that age being murdered like that. I mean, I thought if it was me, man, I would definitely have a lawyer to get more information and desperation to find the killer.
Yeah, I honestly, and I've often wondered if maybe they need to bring in some. I said something about fresh eyes earlier. Maybe a couple cold case detectives. Because it's not classified as a cold case yet, but
Right.
Nah, it's cold as hell.
Well, I mean, they haven't classified it as a cold case.
Think
Yeah.
about it. If September comes and Keegan Klein is not charged with this, it's cold.
Yeah, the only reason they're saying it's not a cold case because it's a still ongoing investigation. That's why they can't. Usually they'll die out and just let it die out. But for this situation, man, it's there's definitely some stuff being held back.
They
And,
need somebody else in there looking at some stuff, I think.
Yeah.
Well, what's the one
Like
piece?
Brian said, I don't think anybody, and it backs up what I was saying earlier, guys. Robert Ives, he plainly stated, he said, there's not been a moment in time where we thought we knew who did this. And he even
Yeah, but if you put Robert
Ives,
Ives into perspective, he only covered the case for less than a year, and he was kind of pushed out.
yeah, he was. I don't know the reason behind that, Sleuth, but he did publicly state that. And if it came to a big court thing, he'd be brought in to, hey, there's a lot to this, man. It's
I
gonna be
wonder if
great.
that's why he kind of provided all that information. The non-secular, the fact that he thought, and even Carter said this, but they thought that the person was local. And the reason I
Right.
think they thought the person was local was just the fact that it was Delphi. If you listen to Carter, he says at the beginning of a lot of his pressers, "Why Delphi?" He says
Yeah,
things like
exactly.
that, but you have to really ask yourself, why Delphi? Why Libby? Why Abby? Ask those questions, like really ask them and think about it. There's a reason for that.
I was talking a little bit earlier of what I thought. Now, one thing that I do strongly believe, and I've thought this from the beginning, I honestly believe it could possibly, really, truly be some sort of a revenge killing because of the manner the girl was killed.
Do you think it's involving Derek?
Well, I mean, I don't really want to say that, but I mean, if you look at all the pieces of the puzzle, Sleuth, and you put two and two together, you ever heard that old saying, if something seems too good to be true, it usually is? Well,
Yeah,
dude, there's some serious stuff going on.
But my favorite true crime channel is always the First 48, right?
Oh, yeah, I
And-
love that channel.
And the one thing that they've taught me is that coincidences happen all the fucking time.
Yeah, you got a good point. They do, man. It's
Like, you think you have the killer, you got the name, you got the DNA, you got everything, and it ends up being a brother that you didn't even know existed.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the scariest thing about this thing, Sleuth. This is what will keep you up at night, thinking we may all be wrong. This may
Yeah,
be somebody
we are.
that lives on some older person now. Think about it. We're in the
Well,
final
who's
years.
hiding in plain sight? To me, that's
Yeah.
either school teachers and people that are staying real close to the family.
Yeah, or in the community.
Maybe a softball coach, or it's somebody like a teenager, somebody that's the same age as the girls that plotted. We never expect them to do these things, but we know that history tells us that there's some cold-blooded sons of bitches that are 14, 15, and 16 years old.
They're evil, man. I'm telling you, this is like I was saying. This is the epitome of evil. What this man did, what this person did, not animal.
We don't need to know what happened on the crime scene, but we know that shit was brutal as hell. We
Yeah.
know that there was like a hatchet or some shit used, and it had guns. So this
Yeah.
guy had a gun. He's like, I'm threatening you with a gun. You're gonna do what I say, or I'll shoot you. And then now that I've got you where I want you, now I'm gonna start whacking at you with a sharp object. Now, this is a sick individual, and if he starts feeling too much pressure, he might do this shit again.
Yeah, when we were in Delphi, they were some of the locals we were talking to. At one point in time, they were going to different places around Delphi areas and gas stations looking for different sharpened weapons of a certain type
Yeah.
of weapon. And that
Well,
is
come
true.
on.
That's not made up.
Yeah, I mean, it's common sense. You catch these killers with common sense.
So that
It's common
automatically
sense.
tells you it was
Unless you're dealing like what John Douglas talks about as a sophisticated killer. Now, what if you're dealing with a sophisticated killer that is also a young killer? Like, what if he's good at his first kill?
wow, that's a good point, man. That's a lot to think about, brother.
I mean,
That's what I'm saying.
something I've always wondered about is they said something about organized and disorganized.
yeah, they did.
Well, Doug, what the FBI says is it's an average between 18 and 40, right? Because that's where you're going to find statistically. But if there's something that's making you think otherwise, what is that?
Yeah.
I almost think they say 18 to 40 to kind of.
It's just like a gambler's trick.
They don't want to say 18 to 21 and him be 29.
No,
You know,
18 and 40 makes sense. And statistically, if you say that, you're just more likely to be right.
Hey, Sleuth, I wanted to ask you a question. Do you think it's a possibility? Now, I'm just a possibility that footage of the bridge guy was that recorded possibly by the trail cam rather than an iPhone? I think she had an iPhone 4, maybe iPhone 5 at the
No.
time at that distance.
No, because if you look at the angle, it's right off of right almost like where you would be if you were already trying to go down the hill.
Right. Because if you guys listen to the first press conference of the first releases, they mainly, and one thing that I watched, they said she only captured audio.
Yeah. And that audio was different than what they presented on the 2019.
Yeah, it is, man. It's just, gosh, man, what a mix up these guys have gotten themselves into.
All I'm saying is that if you're curious about it, do like download the audio. Like me, I've been working with the music for the last 25 years. I break down that audio and I do the research on my own,
Yeah, and I've
hopefully,
done, yeah.
maybe it leads to something. Who knows? I mean, I'm
I actually
curious.
ran it through a DAW audio software and listened to it real closely. And, Brian said earlier, it does sound like someone that has a raspy voice of like an older gentleman.
I don't hear that. I think what you're hearing is all the bullshit in the background. This is a young person we're hearing.
I'm going to keep playing it, man, and keep checking this stuff out, man. But I'll tell you, you guys have hit some really interesting points, and I wish there was more I could do. But like I said, I've already been up there. I've talked to a lot of the locals. I've even talked to someone that's extremely close to the family. And, like I said.
Well, what the hell? What's going on with the mean team theory? Can you help me with that? Is that anything they're looking at? Is that anything that's credible?
Well, when I was up there, Sleuth, this has been over a year ago. At that time, I did not hear anything about a team theory, but I've been watching some of the things, and some stuff's been coming up. But with that terrain and everything up there, I truly believe that it would take somebody in fairly decent shape to go from those points of wherever this guy's entrance was.
Do you think it's possible that the girls, what would convince them to, let's say, take off their shoes and wade across the creek? I mean, see, the pieces of information that are unknown that terrorize me when it comes to this is where was Liberty's shoe? From what I understand, it was down the hill and by the private drive. See,
Right.
we don't know if that's a fact.
No, we don't. That's the horrible
that could be
thing.
complete bullshit. And that's the stuff that bothers me.
Yeah. If you listen to some of the walkie-talkie recordings they have of it, there's stuff where you can hear somebody saying, "Hey, we found this, we found this." So they you can kind of back it up a little bit if you listen to the recordings of that day before they found the girls. You can kind of get a picture of what these people were finding and where it was at. But yeah, man, it's really puzzling. It's extremely frustrating, and you just feel so sorry for the family, and you want justice for those two little girls, and it just breaks my heart, man. I can't do more. But this petition thing you're talking about, I'd be totally on board for that, my man.
Wait, what are you referring to?
Well, you were talking about us maybe possibly getting a petition, maybe signed to get some second eyes or get something in there.
What did you hear about my DNA party?
No, I don't think I have. Was that early?
Yeah, earlier I was talking on Randy. I don't know if it was you that was telling me that you saw me on Randy's show earlier. It might have been.
I think I didn't see you on Randy's show earlier. I've seen you on a couple of shows.
But what I was saying is that they should have DNA parties, like in dedication of Abby and Libby, like full like biker gangs.
Yes, Sleuth, I did see that on you, man. I did see that. You're talking about getting everybody together and doing a DNA
just voluntarily, not something
a voluntary DNA test. Yeah,
not something that you have to do. It's just people in the local community voluntarily come and give their DNA, and the FBI and everybody, they make sure that it's done properly. You know what I mean?
Hey, Sleuth, let me ask you this, man. What do you think about some of the people that a lot of us are interested in that possibly could be involved? Some of these people have lawyered up.
Yeah, Weber's did right away.
Yeah.
They, I think they were the only ones that did. According, and I'm not just saying this. This is Liberty's mother is the one that said this.
Wow. Yeah, man, it's just if you got something, I mean, I could go give my DNA and hair sample anytime. Anytime, man. When it comes to being able to find out who killed two little girls, you damn right I would.
I would love to. I would be honored, but I would want to make sure that it was a trusted.
Oh yeah, you would have two done. Say, hey, I want one done by you and another one done by another facility of my choice.
But I think a trusted place would automatically do that anyway.
I believe so too.
I think that's actually part of the DNA process is that they do.
You're absolutely right, and it probably is. I've never had to go through it that way, but I did tell you earlier.
I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's just that when I do my research, I think I did see that, and I think that might be part of their process.
Absolutely, man. Like I told you guys earlier, I did go through the familiar DNA testing to find my biological family. And let me tell you something, man. It's not that hard. It's not. I found my family within 48 hours. Less than 48 hours. And I was adopted in 1973, man.
Hey, Daniel, I wanted to you said something earlier about the guy had to be in pretty good shape. That brought me to another point that I would love to discuss with you guys. Something that worries seriously about this is that somebody can drastically change their appearance. Let's assume that he didn't have a mask on and that was his real face or whatever. And body or whatever. Somebody can drastically change their appearance in 5 years.
Oh, absolutely.
In 5 seconds.
From weight loss to plastic surgery, I mean, you name it, they can drastically change the way they look.
Well, the thing is, let's say I commit a crime. I don't have to. You guys don't have to identify me now, because if you identified me, let's say today, 6/27/2022, I commit a crime. You know me. Sleuth intuition, big old beard, glasses, and a hat. Okay, well, the person who committed the crime was a clean-shaven person, no hat, buzzed head, and maybe he had contacts in his eyes. But when
Yeah.
you think of sleuth intuition, you think of the big beard. Okay, well let's say I disappear for 2 months. You guys are like, I don't know what happened to sleuth intuition. But when I come back, I have the beard again, and I have the glasses, and I have the hat. But what
Precise.
happened to me? What happened to me for those 2 months?
Yeah. Absolutely, man.
I've
Yeah.
tried to look at his face too much for that very concept, because if he's not stupid, whoever this is has seen the news, I'm sure, unless he lives off grid under a rock somewhere, I'm sure he knows people are looking for him. He's probably seen it and heard the audio and all that. I would assume when he saw that for the first time, or somebody that knows him or that was involved or whatever said, "Hey, you better look at the news," I bet he had to double up on his blood pressure pills.
Well, what about
Absolutely.
this? Check this theory. What if the killer saw what they were showing, the video and the image and the audio, and he realized that doesn't look anything like me, doesn't sound
That's a very
anything
high
like me.
possibility.
I'm gonna go ahead and go about my business, and I might even do this shit again.
And I'm going to be real honest with you. There are two main pictures. Like if you Google bridge guy, there are two pictures that pop up side by side. Those two pictures, as far as height and body weight, look different to me.
Yes, they do, Brian. And I thought the same damn thing.
Well, the witnesses, they said this guy was short. If you want to talk about witnesses, the witnesses apparently on the trail said that the bridge guy was like 5'6".
Yeah, so
those two different frames look like two different people.
They really do.
Well, it is two different people. I looked up how NASA does it. I'm not sure that this is what was provided by NASA, but maybe it's the same techniques that's used by the Indiana police officers that did this. But what they do is they take each frame and they do different things to it and they layer it. So what you're seeing is different things that are caught within those frames. Like if you look to the left, you can actually see a person's full face. You have to completely study these images because it's all blur, it's all image, it's kind of like when you take your camera and you focus in on somebody, their face is going to kind of bounce to the left. It's going to kind of bounce to the right. It's going to kind of zoom in. It's going to kind of zoom out. And then you have the clear image. That's what we're trying to grab is that one point where the person's not moving, Libby's not really moving, and the phone actually focuses in. How close to that can we get? And what I'm saying is that we don't know how good of a job NASA did. I know their technique. It's not a technology. It's a group of people that do what we usually do. Take the frame by frame, remove this. It's like if you did it now and gave it back to NASA and asked for another group to do it, it may come back better.
Yeah. There's always going to be different results. And hell, man, you could probably give the uncut footage and the data to some kid in Orlando, and he could make a 3D image of this.
Yes.
Seriously, there's people out here that have these kids, man, that have this technology and these graphic programs and software. They might be able to get a really good image of this person on the bridge.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, let's start with NASA. Let's start by giving it back to NASA and saying, here's the original footage. We know now that your technique is to take each frame and erase all of the motion and then layer them until you get something that you can actually see clearly. Why don't you guys go ahead and find your best people and retry it? Just do it again. Because I've taken everything that I've seen on that video frame by frame, taken it into Illustrator or Photoshop and layered it, and it's different every time.
It's super confusing to me.
It is, man. Me too. It's such a blurred image to begin with, and that's because
it's a disguise. It's a disguise.
It is not the real data, the true data of what they recovered.
Something's moving on that disguise. There's moving elements. There's the baggy coat. There's something maybe stuffed inside. There's maybe something wrapped around the lower jaw of the bridge guy. There's a hat, which could even be a beret. Have you guys thought of that? A beret?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could see that. Yeah, you know,
Yeah,
one time
beret.
I was looking at Sleuth, I was totally convinced that it was just the way his hair was parted, like a
Yeah.
kind of like a
Mhm.
bowl cut, and then you see the part in the middle. But then
Like a
you
s-
look at
like
it
a like
different.
a like a snow burger.
Yeah, exactly.
I've often thought about a welder's hat.
Yes, that too. I've had all of them have popped up, man. You know, a lot of the country boys, man, some of the real rednecks or whatever, you know, back south where I'm from, you know, we wear some of our hats. We put a real tight bend in the bill, and I
Yeah, and it
put that
depend
up
and it
on there
depends
too.
on where you're from and
Yeah,
what and who you're hanging around with at the time. What type of band you have in your hat? Do you have a rubber band around your hat? Do you have a straight fold? Do you keep your hat in your back pocket? See, there's a lot of
yeah.
redneck that runs in my blood too.
In that one picture, y'all, I wanted to get y'all's opinion. In the picture where he looks like, to me, skinny or fatter and shorter,
He's shorter.
To me, it appears to me there's a hoodie on.
Yes, I agree with you, Brian, 100%. I thought the same thing, man. Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Is it part of the blue jacket? I think maybe not. I
Well,
don't
maybe
know.
not a hoodie, but I'm just saying like a hood in general.
Yeah,
Like,
he has a hood. There's a hood for sure.
so what I did, and I know this may sound stupid or whatever, but for a long time I got to looking on back when I had Facebook, I got to looking on there at people in the area, and I thought, what if, you know, if you could find someone that has a wintertime photo of them wearing, you know, a hood over their head. And to be honest with you, out of probably, I don't know how many people I looked at, 500-600 people around that area, there was only a few.
Yeah, you know, and that may be the very well thing that solves it. It could be something that simple that solves this case. Somebody that recognizes just the most minute detail and be able to determine who it is. But apparently, they're just not giving us a clearer image, or maybe I don't know.
Because when they say pay attention to the mannerisms, the reason I'm looking at this hood is because even in Arkansas, I mean, it doesn't snow but I mean, it still gets pretty cold here and the wind blowing and stuff like that. And I very seldom see people. I see people with toboggans on and, you know, beanies and shit like that, but I very seldom see people just walking around with their hood. And even on hiking trails, I've very seldom seen anybody with a hood up like that. So I wondered if that was something they were comfortable doing, something they did all the time.
Well, maybe it's not a hood. Maybe it's just a bunch of blur, some shit we don't really
There's no
understand.
telling. You know, you look at that image, Sleuth. It's like you see different things in it, man. Because this case is, man,
I mean,
there's a lot of people that are
hood to me.
solved.
Hold on, let's take a look here.
But yeah, some of the frames and some of the footage that you see, yes, it does look like a hoodie. And to me, in the beginning, it almost looked like it could possibly be hair. But of course, you know, my opinions are a lot. It's like almost everybody has sees something different, which is
Right.
which is normal. It's going to happen,
And that's
It's just-
good.
Yes, exactly. Because
that's why we all need to work together.
yeah, because one person is going to be able. It's going to be one of the most minute details of this person, or maybe the sketch, or whatever that gets this thing solved.
That's what I did. I tried to just look at small stuff that may not amount to a hill of beans, but maybe it could.
Yeah, that's what's important here, is because obviously something's being overlooked, or there's a corruption aspect where things are being hidden.
Yeah, and that's what it sounds like. That's what the people, from the impression I got, Sleuth, from the people that I met, which was probably around 10, 15, maybe 15 people, that's the impression I got, that there's a lot of corruption, and they don't feel safe there in their own county.
Yeah,
And that
and
is the honest
that
truth.
feels frustrating, to be honest. This is a 1 in a million type case. Like, everybody can sense that there's something special about it, whether
Yes,
that's
man.
whether that's the corruption aspect, and we've seen that with the sheriff election, crime dive. They touched on it. Whether it's that, whether it's just small town people not wanting to give up this guy. I mean, look at who is this guy? Like, what the fuck? Who this guy right here? Like, he's is he wearing that jacket to hide? Is he wearing a disguise? Like, come on, who the hell was on the bridge that day?
It's so
There was all
confusing.
there's all these kids that were there. We need to talk with those people that are 18 now and ask them what the fuck was going on that bridge. Who are the guys in black? Who was this guy right here? Like, they know who this is. They
They
know.
got to. I mean, there had to. I was told that there were several people up there during that day on the 13th.
Yeah. Come on, like, this place
That's
was
what I'm
packed. How does
hearing.
this guy didn't just pop out of nowhere and like jump on the bridge?
There's
You know
no
what I mean?
way, man. And like I said, guys, I have been up there, and believe me, man, whoever did this would have had to have known that area pretty damn well.
Yeah, he popped out on the bridge and everybody knew who he was. They didn't care. Well, the people that are not talking knew who he was, and the people who are now dead knew who he was.
Exactly, man. Exactly. Yeah, this is really wow. You know, like I was saying, guys, I've been looking into true crime and studying stuff, and I think when I first really got started was during that Jeffrey Dahmer, looking into that case back in the early '90s when I was real young, and then I started following up on serial killings and this and that and true crime, trying to solve stuff, sleuthing, this sort of thing, and but man, this case for some reason, Sleuth, it's really got me, man. And I do truly believe it's going to be solved. It's just I don't believe it's going to be when we want it to be solved.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Yes, sir.
Are you a Christian?
Absolutely, I am. Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Really?
Yes,
Are
I am.
both of,
Yeah,
are
and
both of you are both of you guys Christians?
Yeah, sure am.
Yeah, I'm 100% Christian, and like I said, that kind of backs up what I was saying earlier. I truly feel like Brad Heath is a man of God, and I think he may have seen something up there that day that if we knew what it was, it might direct us in
No,
a
he
definite
did.
direction.
We know for a fact that Brad Heath did. He said,
Yeah.
I saw something and I felt like I needed to say something.
Yeah, he did, man, and
But
we
what
need
but
to
what
know what
was
he said.
that? What
That's
if
what I'm
it was the
saying.
vehicle? What if it was the vehicle?
Exactly. It could have been. It could have been two or three. He said he passed along things. He didn't just say one thing. He said he passed along several things.
Yeah, he with an S.
Yeah, and you were actually the one that posted all this, man. When I
Yeah.
originally seen it, and I was like, wow.
Yep.
You
I've been
know,
talking about Brad Heath from the beginning.
I said, because think about it, Sleuth. He is really, if you look at that video footage you have in your video, he really
Yeah.
is truly the only publicly stated witness
I
that
tried
we
to
have.
interview him and he was like, nope.
The only publicly, yeah, he a very private man, I can imagine.
No,
And,
I think law enforcement told him, like, the things that you've seen one day in court, you're gonna have to repeat. Don't talk to anybody.
Yeah, and
So
I agree with you.
if anybody got a gag order, it would be him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I do. I have heard rumors that they are gag orders. I don't know much about those, but I think the people. I think what it is the police may have talked to some people and said, "Look, we've got this under control. Please don't speak publicly."
Well, at the
about
beginning
this."
of the case, and I've gone back to the beginning a million times, they were so disorganized, it was ridiculous. There was literally people on the 15th and 16th that were coming in, kind of like us, and they were like walking into the police station. And they were like, "This is who the bridge guy is." You know
I
what I
heard
mean?
about that.
And
Yeah, I
they
heard
would
that.
they would literally follow up on those tips because those were the first couple of tips. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now they're like, everybody, even people from UK are like, this is the bridge guy. They're like, shut the fuck up at this point.
Absolutely, man. It's like I said, yeah, I've been watching a lot of your videos, and I did see that segment of that video you did on Brad Heath, and I'm very interested. And I got this weird feeling that he may have seen something up there during that time that would be very beneficial for the public to
Well,
know
what
in
what
order to
about
solve.
his little buddy that was there when he was blowing the shofar? His little
Yeah,
buddy like had his arms extended with scratches on his finger.
yeah,
Damon.
that
His name's
yeah,
Damon, by the way.
the guy that was on the bridge praying.
He just had his arms out and he was like praying. He was just like,
Yeah, I don't know what to
and,
think about that guy. It gave me a strange
his
feeling.
name's Damon. His name's
Yeah, when
Damon.
I seen it, Sleuth, it gave me an odd feeling in a sort of a way. And then I heard him quote a Bible verse, and I said, "Well, this must be a man of God." But and
I
he
don't know.
talked
I'm not a
about,
Bible thumper.
yeah, it's but I'm
To
not
me,
looking
like
at,
to me, people that are thumping the Bible, those are people that are questionable. Like to
yeah, and
me,
you got to question
Jesus.
those.
Yeah, like to me, I don't think that. To me, my God is not created by the Bible.
You still there?
Yeah, you didn't hear that. My God's not created by the Bible.
Yeah, I did hear that part. Yes.
Yeah, I was done at that. I was done
Yeah,
talking.
absolutely, Sleuth. And I'm not really trying to bring, faith or God into anything. What my point was is that man wouldn't have been up there doing what he was doing unless he felt guilty over something or felt bad or had bad feelings about something.
Well, what do you think about the random killer? What if we have some random killer? You got the Anthony shot stuff going on. You
Hmm.
got the teenagers running around, and then you have a random killer who maybe just be passing through, and he does his thing, and there's really nobody that can speak upon it.
If this is a random killing, he is definitely sitting back giggling.
Yeah, I just truly don't believe it's a random. I think it was intentional. I think it was a revenge killing. That's my personal opinion. I don't want to go into much detail about it, but that's what I think.
No, I mean it's very possible that it's a revenge killing because, like I've said, I've done live streams on where we talk about Derek German, who could have possibly been wearing a wire, people that were wearing wires
Yeah.
um, in 2014, and certain events at the time that the girls went missing involved people from Kokomo that were heavy hitters when it comes to drugs. But it's kind of scary because it involves the Mexican mafia. It involves all this stuff. So I mean, are we looking at a white male? Are we looking at a Mexican mafia hitman?
Well, with the way the drug cartel and the drug stuff works, you usually have a bottom man, you have middle men, and you go on up. Apparently, from what I heard, they were two of those guys that stole chemicals to make methamphetamine there in Delphi or the surrounding areas. And they got the federal government got involved with it. And one of the guys got charged, and the other one didn't really do much time over it. But I'm not trying to say that that's part of it. I'm just saying some of those people rely on those drugs to be made and to be trafficked. And if the bigger person finds out about it, they may want to do something pretty bad. And that's the way some of these people think, man. It ain't like everybody thinks, oh, that's just the movies.
No,
This
it's
stuff don't
no,
happen.
trust me, I know about it. I told you, like I'm from the streets. Like when I was a young kid, before I got into sports and became an adult, I know what it is to watch somebody get money and then get an ego that will make you get crazy. So
Yeah.
what's going on is these people are connecting with people like the Mexican mafia and they're getting all this money and their ego is getting so inflated that they're kind of like reaching out to the local nut house, you know what I mean? Like anybody that's insane, they're kind of like bringing them into their little circle. And I'm wondering if it's one of those numbskulls that had something to do with this.
It's a very good possibility, Sleuth. I mean, because this stuff does happen. It could have been an order that was sent down from higher up. But a lot of people are saying, "Why are you saying this?" Think about it. Look at the manner that one of the girls was killed in a more brutal fashion, probably than that.
We don't know. We don't know for a fact though.
Well, they're saying
Let's
from the
let's
transcript,
let's let's not assume. We just know that there was a lot of blood that the killer may be covered in it.
right?
You have to remember the possibility. I've been doing a lot of thinking on this. The killer would have been covered in blood.
Planned it, wouldn't you? Like if you were bringing a big knife to kill somebody, wouldn't your next thought be like, okay, well, I better cover myself up with gloves and whatever else?
Well, here's where the killer may not. Of course, we don't know where the victims were. I think everybody probably believes that a knife was used or some sort of bladed weapon. But
yeah,
if we assume that, it depends. I was talking with my friend about it, and his father-in-law is in law enforcement, and he brought up a very valid point on that, because we were talking about the victim could be covered in blood. He said, not necessarily. It depends on where he was standing. You could be, he said, because technically you could be standing behind somebody to not get covered in blood.
Yeah. I was thinking that same thing, Brian. Yeah,
or
if he was behind him walking down.
Or what about a slow attack? Like maybe they were confined.
Yeah, absolutely, man. There's this person that did this. This was planned, man.
Yeah, this shit sounds very planned. This sounds like and why was Keegan Klein communicating with Libby just at February? Just a few, not even 2 weeks prior.
Exactly, man. It don't make any sense. They're saying
why? Yeah, you set her up
into it.
Why? And why is the person that she's fighting with introducing her to Anthony Shots?
I know, man. It's something has got to come out here soon.
Yeah, you guys. I don't know if law enforcement's listening, or I don't know if they're missing something. But the person who reported the ski mask incident is the same person that introduced Liberty to Anthony Shots and knows Keegan Klein. So come on, right there.
Well, I'll tell you this, Sleuth.
I don't want to be the one. I don't want to be the one to keep saying that. I don't want to be the person.
When we were up there, Sleuth, we actually tried to call in a SWAT tip, and we also tried to contact the sheriff's department there. We were right there where Tobe Lesenby was to get flyers, and we couldn't get anything from them.
When?
This was when we were up there, probably maybe a little over a year ago. We were up there during the graduate when all the kids were graduating.
He's not going to have anything on him.
So the way I figured, I can't do much, because I went up there and tried to give them my 2 cents, and apparently it wasn't good enough. But actually, I was just trying to get flyers to bring them back towards Fort Wayne to be able to hang them up here in the surrounding areas.
He ain't got nothing like that.
And that's all I wanted. That's really what I wanted to do, was just make more awareness. But unfortunately, I don't know, man. It's just very confusing.
Wouldn't it have been amazing if he had a whole bunch for you?
Oh, it would be great. I would have posted them everywhere for these 2 little girls. I really would have, for anybody's family. It don't matter.
But the one thing is he may have already had about 6-7 boxes that he did handed out to other people.
Yeah, he probably did. And I'm not trying to dog the sheriff's department or law enforcement or anything.
No, you should dog them, because apparently this case has been theirs from the get-go. So if anything's been fucked or anything's been screwed over, that's who you need to look at.
Just honestly, man, seriously, I don't think they know who this person is.
But why?
I just don't think they do.
Do you know who Travis Evans is?
Travis Evans.
Is it Shane's uncle?
I think it's his cousin.
You're talking about the mayor, the former mayor.
No, his relative.
I've heard his name mentioned, but I don't know much about him.
Well, he used to be an officer and he was involved in a lot of cases and some strange crime scenes. But eventually, he was put in prison for 55 years for sexual exploitation of a minor and sexual
Yeah, I
assault.
think I did hear about that, man. I did. I did hear
Yeah.
about that.
Y'all may not agree with me, and that's fine. But I'll tell you somebody that I found very interesting, and I was telling Daniel earlier that I just really don't have a POI.
Wait. Did you just say we may not agree with the man?
I said y'all may not agree with me.
Oh, you? Okay, sorry. I thought you were talking about the person we were talking about.
No.
I was like, I thought you were like, okay, you may not agree with that man, but sorry. Continue.
No. Somebody who that I looked at very carefully as far as what I presume Bridge Guy looks like, and looks very similar to that sketch we were talking about, the girl who got pulled over, is this Frank Wright guy from Peru.
Huh.
Frank Wright.
I haven't looked into him. I have to look into that.
He's an older guy. He would have been in his 50s, but to me, he looks very similar to the sketch.
Well, you can share your screen if you want to. Are you on a computer or your phone?
Nah, I'm just on my phone.
You have a picture? You can still share it.
I don't even know how to do that, Sleuth. I'm not very.
Yeah, right there. No, look at your settings. Go ahead and you can hit it to where you can share it. It's pretty user friendly if you wanted to. And then once you post it up there, then you go ahead and put share, and then I approve it.
Well, I mean, my damn screen's frozen again. I don't know why my screen is doing this. Can you Google it? I mean, he's incarcerated. He's been arrested.
Yeah, I have. Go ahead and ask one of my moderators, see if they can find it.
Yeah, I would just type in Frank Wright, Peru, Indiana.
Frank Wright.
Yeah, one of the things I was going to tell you guys, in my honest opinion, I don't know why I feel this way, but I honestly feel like the person that did this, in my feelings, I think he's either deceased, he's either dead or incarcerated.
Why would you say that?
I just don't see how a person could do something like that and go on about their everyday life,
well,
not being caught within 5 years.
Let me go over a little bit about my mean teen theory. Where this whole theory comes from, it comes from the fact that they can't find a DNA match. But do we know that? We don't. Maybe they do have a match, but it's just like it's just like a small match, something that won't hold up in court. You know what I mean? It's like all the shit that we don't know. We could probably build a whole bridge, and the shit that we do know, like we can't even tie a rope for the bridge. You know what I mean? So we're so screwed right now. It's almost like we need to be rookie cops. When they hire rookie cops, they say, hey, go ahead and jump on Facebook and see what you can find. That's us. We're doing rookie cop bullshit, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you're talking about the DNA. The word through the grapevine, from what I'm hearing, and I'm not saying this is true or not, but from what I've heard, they possibly just have a partial fingerprint or maybe only 4 markers of DNA.
They don't even know.
Yeah.
Tobe Lesenby is on record saying that he doesn't know if we have the killer's DNA.
And if you
I have it. I can play it for you if you don't believe me.
Well, yeah, I totally agree with you. I'm on board with you that they don't have enough DNA or any DNA to be able to, they would have to have that to get a conviction, unless they can place the killer at the scene of the crime with a weapon in his hand.
Daniel, Brian, hold that thought. I'm going to be right back. You guys hold down the fort, okay?
Yeah, man. Yeah, Brian. So what part of Arkansas are you from, man?
Southern Arkansas.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I've been up through there I go across the Mississippi Bridge, and I'm right over there in Arkansas. And like I said, I've been up there a few times. This is back a long time ago, but the people up there are really nice, and we ran into a couple of people from Arkansas up here in Indiana. But yeah, I totally agree with you, Brian. As far as the DNA though goes, I think that's one of the reasons that this case hasn't been solved is because they don't have sufficient enough DNA in order to convict a person.
Right. You know, and I believe that too.
Yeah, you got to, man. I mean, literally, if you look at this whole thing, man, if they had significant DNA, surely this thing would be solved.
And let's just say, you know, whether they do or don't, even if they do, obviously they don't have enough because a search warrant, I mean, you can get anyone's DNA even if they don't want to give it up. If you get a just off on it.
Yeah.
So as far as doing the genealogy thing, but I've done my mother does a lot of genealogy stuff, and I was talking to her, and you have to have a certain amount.
Yes, sir, you do. You really do.
You can't just have a little bit, you know. I mean, it's got to be the whole kit and caboodle thing, you know.
Yeah, the way it happened for me is I did a DNA and was able to track down some of my far relatives. And then from there, I was able to trickle it down until I found out, you know, who my biological blood family was. But it took a little work. But let me tell you, Brian, it did not take that long. And I had a hit.
That's what I'm saying. I think either they don't have any or they just have a very slight amount.
Yeah, that's what I believe. I totally do. Yeah, but yeah, it's so puzzling, man. Hopefully this thing will get justice for, you know, Abby and Libby, and, you know, give the family some peace, man, because this is, I don't know what it is about this case, but it's kept me up at night because I feel like, God, you know, it's the only case in history I've ever seen where they have audio and video and all this evidence, and they can't even find this person or people that did this.
What keeps me up at night, Daniel, is you know, if this is a person, if this was sexually driven, this is a person who has fantasies and urges that God only knows how long he can withhold them.
Right.
And that's what really keeps me up at night is I do want justice for Abby and Libby, obviously, but I also, man, this is a very dangerous individual that does not need to be on the move.
Yeah, you want him off the streets, man, and I totally agree with you, and that's what needs to be done. And I don't know why these guys are messing around like they're doing. And of course, I don't know everything there is to know about law and all this, but you know, I did work in conjunction with the federal government for close to 3 years, but I've seen the worst of the worst.
You know what scares me more than anything about this case is that all the agencies and FBI they said they had on this.
Yeah.
You know, you got some of the smartest people as far as solving crimes in the world, and we ain't got it done. That's scary. That's
Michael Peasley.
Michael Peasley.
You don't get dude, he's a badass. We're gonna tomorrow
you're doing a show on him.
Tomorrow you're gonna see how badass Michael Peasley is.
Oh, I can't wait to
go look up a program called Grit. This is all just for Indiana. Now what it is the FBI steps in and they teach like local law enforcement basically how to fucking take down organized crime, which they consider gang. Like if you're a gang in Indiana, they consider you like organized crime.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Grit. Check it out. I'm doing a whole show on it tomorrow.
I'll definitely be tuned in, man. You better believe it.
I was shocked by it. This is all Indiana, and all it means, Grit. All that means is that the FBI is working with local law enforcement. They're giving them their resources, and they're taking down gangs and shit.
Yep, this guy Michael Peasley that you're talking about, I have seen pictures of him and like different footage, and I always wonder what his
he looks like a fucking old man with that weird beard and stuff when you see him in the 2018 presser when they announce him.
Yeah.
So I was like, who is this guy? When I looked him up, this dude is FBI SWAT. He's a cyber crimes expert. Like, dude, this dude is a badass.
God, I would love to know what he knows.
Yeah.
You know, it would give us a lot of peace, you know, just to find out.
Michael Peasley, this guy is running shit. So why did it bounce from Michael Peasley to the other guy?
Wow, man, that's a good question. Really good question. Things are so
Well,
mixed up up there.
he's like a gang expert. So I was wondering why do they have the FBI gang task force expert here for the Delphi case? Why is
Well,
that?
well,
That
if that's the case, and what he's up there for, think about it. It's something with drug involvement or gangs, and
Yeah, it
generally,
goes it backs up the revenge theory.
it does. It does. Now that you're saying it, it's totally
What?
making sense.
Hold on. But he's also a registered cybercrime expert.
Oh wow, man. So he's
So
looking into the Anthony shots and all the whole ball of wax.
this dude has solved two cold cases. Like nobody ever talks about Michael Peasley, but this is a badass motherfucker. So he may already like have pointed out who did this shit. You know what I mean?
It'd be good to know.
Yeah, Michael Peasley probably was like, yeah, it was him. You need to make a case for him. And it was
What do you
probably
think?
like a Tony Klein or something, you know what I mean? Like it was probably him that directed them.
Yeah, Sleuth, let me ask you a question. What do you think, man? You surely to God, it's got to be something that's involved with a organized or
No,
you don't
no,
think so?
it's a mean teen did it with help from a Tony Klein
Oh
or
wow.
from a not from a Tony Klein, but from a Keegan Klein.
Hmm.
Maybe even the older brothers or family members related to that family were involved.
But I was talking to Brian a little bit here while you were gone, and you might have heard me. I was saying, whoever did this, I think it would have to be somebody in fairly decent good shape because I've been up there and I'm 6 foot tall and weigh 280, 6'2" and weigh 280 pounds, and I'm not in bad shape, but I mean I still had trouble scouring some of the areas.
Yeah, but we all saw Ron Logan run up and down
Yeah, he
that
did.
whole area for six different media outlets. So I don't want to
Yeah,
hear any excuses.
I was down all through there, man, and I'll tell you, it's some of those hills down through there, of course, down where the bridge. I didn't go across the bridge. I went down beside it, and we
And
went down.
nobody said you got to run or be in shape. But if you have adrenaline pumping, I mean, I'm sure you can walk up a hill. And to be honest, I've seen some big men move. The thing is,
Well, yeah,
the problem with the average person like us is we underestimate everything.
yeah, it's true, man. And you got a good point. It's just, yeah, man, it's
He
just
can't do
almost.
that. She can't do that. They can't do that. Okay, well, if you had a bird's eye view of what was really going on, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, and you never know this person that or people that murdered these girls. They could have been up there well before those girls got up there.
Yeah, take a couch potato and pump them full of methamphetamine. Well, let's sit back and film and watch what they do.
So, what do you think about this Keegan Klein situation, Sleuth? What's
Oh
your thoughts
man,
on that?
yeah, he's either taken advantage of. I'm thinking friend one, the guy he lived with in Vegas, might be super involved. The drug dealer, what was it? KT is his initials. I
Yeah,
think I think he might even be the mastermind because you got to remember that Keegan Klein. A lot of people say that he was involved in doing all this stuff prior to February. He might have, and that might have just been random, but truthfully, it seems targeted right at February, like February 3rd. It seems like a targeted attack.
it's an
That's when,
awful big coincidence, man.
yeah, Keegan Klein starts talking to Libby right at early February. She's dead less than a week later.
I know, man. I can't get it out of my mind. I mean, there's got to be some sort of connection.
Yeah, Keegan Klein was friends with that family. There's a lot of men. So like people need to everybody start looking at those men, law enforcement. You should be looking at all the men in that family for whatever reason. Who cares? Look at them.
Yeah, they're
You
definitely
fucking
going to have to get some different.
yeah.
people.
You search Logan Maxwell for the fact that he was seen walking on railroad tracks. Go search them too.
Yeah, you're right, man. It's very puzzling. Can't really figure it out, really, because we're not, like I was telling Brian, just like Detective Steve said, it's like they're, holding a carrot out in front of you, dangling it, saying, "Hey, here we're giving you this, but you're not going to figure it out."
Yeah, because they took DNA from Keegan Klein and Tony Klein. We've seen that. So they don't need to tell us that there was a match. They don't need to tell
Right,
Keegan
that's a
that there
good
was a
point.
match. Yeah, they don't
Very
need to
good
tell
point.
us. That could be something that they're holding close. They don't need to tell anybody the fact that even though it's not the greatest DNA, but we know that you're connected to it, and we can say that in a court of law.
Yeah, exactly, man. And they could just be simply, like I was telling you guys earlier, some of the cases that I've seen and reviewed, it took years for them to build up cases just on a person trafficking methamphetamine and manufacturing it. They were watching
Well,
these individuals for years.
Well, tomorrow, my show on Michael Peasley, he actually solved a case earlier in 2016. No, actually, I think it was prior to that. It might have been 2012, where he did image analysis and he was able to. He took the image from a cold case and took it to and outsourced it and was able to locate, I guess, 6 out of 8 of the symbols from the license plate, and he ran it through a database and narrowed it down to about 8 people. And out of those 8 people, he was able to narrow down other information, and he solved a cold case from image analysis. So maybe that's why he was brought in. Maybe he for the image part. I don't know.
Yeah,
This
man.
dude's an ex. This dude is a fucking expert on everything.
Yeah,
Image
sounds like
analysis, negotiations. He's a FBI SWAT. Like, dude, the
I
shit
can't
I
wait to
learned
see
about
you.
this guy. Do not fuck with Michael Peasley. Anybody that's out there, if you're thinking about fucking with Michael Peasley, don't do it.
Hopefully he'll do something to where we can get this solved for those little girls to
No,
get.
no, 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 no. Hopefully they listen to him. Look at this image. Let's take another look here.
Oh yeah, I'm watching right
Look,
now.
look, he's like an outcast. They don't want to talk to him. But
Yeah.
he's the fucking man. Like, look at Holman. Holman's like, yeah, I'm wearing a suit. Like, look, I got a good suit.
Yeah, I definitely see his picture. Like I said, I've seen him before. I did not know who he was, and I'm looking forward to seeing your show.
This dude
and,
is
watching it.
this dude trains the SWAT teams.
I don't think they're letting him in because they don't want to look incapable.
Yeah,
That's
look at
what
him.
I would think.
Look at
yeah.
him. He's like watching them like, you guys better not fuck this up. But somehow jurisdictionally, they fucked it up already, like a long time ago. Like, it's fucked. And people like him, this badass dude, like this dude is a badass, just walked away. They just walked away like there's nothing we can do.
Well, I was watching what do they call that? The city whatever meeting. And the guy was told Lesenby was like, do we need to get some more people in here? Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. He wasn't for that. He didn't seem like he was for it.
It was almost like he was like, let me run it by
He was almost upset. He was like upset by it. He was like, how dare you?
But those people in that meeting are sitting there like, how dare you?
Yeah. And that's what they should be. They need to brush that dude aside. And Michael Peasley, if you're out there and you're listening, I need you to step right here. If he would have stepped right into the middle of this little circle, that could have changed everything.
Yeah, it's a good possibility, man. It's absolutely. I totally agree with you, Sleuth. I really do. And you could tell by just that picture alone, just by the look he has on his face, that he's being almost segregated from.
He's like, what are you guys doing? Like, you're not even. We just got here, and you're already not doing it properly. And then you got Holman. He's like, oh, but I'm in a suit too. Like, I'm good.
So, Sleuth, was this gentleman from what I'm hearing, they were some FBI and special agents up there even before the Delphi murders. Already
Yes,
in
on the 12th, they were in Kokomo doing a bust, and they were searching down for Gabe Ellis. They were
yes.
helping. They were helping with a whole program to bring down meth dealers who were working with the Mexican mafia, and apparently that's where the whole revenge thing comes from with Derek German.
Yeah, that's a big one that's going around right now.
Yeah, but I didn't find him tied to that at all, to be honest. He was tied to bust in 2014. So if this is retaliation from something that happened way earlier, then that's a completely different story. But up until now, the only thing that was going on from Kokomo was Gabriel Ellis. He was considered the most wanted man, and he was a wanted man during the time the girls went missing.
Yeah, that guy gives me the creeps for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to get y'all's opinion on something that I was watching here a while back. There's a cold case detective, and he's been in law enforcement, and I can't remember his name, but he was on YouTube, and he was talking about the Delphi murders. And he was talking about things he was looking at. And remember, we was talking about like the hood and stuff like that.
Yeah.
One thing that he brought up that really made a lot of sense is that he said, when you look in the picture of how Abby's dressed in the Snapchat photo, and then you look at how Bridge Guy's dressed, it was unseasonably warm that day, but it was not necessarily, 70 degrees. So the way he's dressed seems like he's got a lot more clothing on. So it would almost beg to, the question of, was he there early?
Right. Yeah, and it was 51 degrees if I don't recall. When I heard it was 51 degrees during that day, but it would have been a lot colder earlier, like Brian's saying. A lot colder.
He just seems like he's got on a lot more, too many clothes for 52 degrees.
Yeah, and see, they would have been snow there too earlier. They said they were snowing.
Well, actually, you want to know what I'm noticing right now? This photo is actually from 2018.
Okay, so that was before the 2019 press conference.
Yeah. So
Yeah, you're onto something there, man.
Let me tell you why. Because what's his name is wearing that blue shirt and that tie. He was wearing that same blue shirt and that tie in the 2018.
Yeah, I remember that, man. You're right, he was.
So they must have just parked at the Mears lot again with permission.
Yeah, some reason they're up in that area pretty.
All right, well, hold on. This is a good way to prove it. What's Michael Peasley wearing? Hold on. Let's try this. This is a good way to find out. Check this out.
Yeah, but when I was up there and drove through that area, I remember seeing that house that he's standing behind through that Mears area and property.
Today,
Yep, look, he's wearing the same tie.
Talk about the Abby Libby
Watch.
case. Some of the people standing behind me is Superintendent Doug Carter with the Indiana State Police. You got Detective Deputy Sheriff Kevin Hammond over here. Over there. You got Sheriff Tobe Lesby with the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. On this side, FBI Special Agent Mike Peasley, and then First Sergeant Jerry Holman. They're going to discuss
red tie.
Discuss today
See that?
things that.
Yes, I do.
See? Okay, so name one other podcaster who debunks themselves.
One other podcaster?
Yeah, who debunks themselves.
Would it be Anthony Greeno?
Has he debunked himself? Usually he's lying about shit.
Yeah, that's all he does do.
Well, I just debunked myself. Look, this image here I was gung-ho about is not from the 14th. This is actually from the 13th of 2018.
So that's when they did that press conference up there at the bridge, is what you're saying, Sleuth?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right. It is. And he's wearing this. They're all wearing the same outfit.
Yep. See, I just debunked my own self. I didn't.
You
even need
did,
your
man.
help.
That's some good research. You definitely got the mind for this stuff. Like I said to you and Brian, man, seriously, if somebody asked me, Daniel, who do you think did this? Honestly, I couldn't even give you a clue of who I think it is. Not even a clue.
I think it's a friend. I think it's a friend of somebody. I can't tell you because it's almost disgusting to think about, and it seems easy to overlook, you know. But possibly whoever's related to the friend that's related to Keegan Klein, you're gonna find answers there, in my opinion.
That's kind of why I keep leaning on Peru, because birds of a feather flock together.
Yep.
And there's just something in my gut that just says Peru. I don't. Could be nothing, but it wouldn't shock me at all because that's where Keegan them's live, wasn't it? Peru.
Yeah, Kokomo, Peru.
It's kind of funny, guys. I got a mother that's she's already turned 79, and I just wanted to get somebody that didn't know anything about this case, nothing about it, and just get an older person's view. And I told her the whole situation, went through it, and I said, Mom, what do you think? And she said, Daniel, she said, whoever did that to those two little girls, that guy is long gone. I just don't see how somebody could stay in that initial area is what I'm saying.
Well, let me try to explain it to you. The same thing that made this guy cocky enough to commit this murder is the same thing that's going to get his ass caught.
God,
So the same way his cocky ass thinks he can get away with it, the same way his cocky ass is going to be mouthing off and saying something stupid, and we're going to bust his ass.
Yeah, you're right. And the way I look at it, guys, there's a special place in hell for this person, and he's going to see it. And but man, we got to figure out what we can do to, like you mentioned, the petition or anything that we can do to stir up some stuff and get this taken care of. Because think about it, they came to us for help, and of course we want to help. We want this solved, and we want justice for Abby and Libby, and we want justice for the family. But you got to give us a little bit more.
What about a DNA list?
Oh, I think it's an excellent idea.
A DNA list, okay? It's like, okay, I went on Sleuth Intuition, gave his DNA.
I would do it in a heartbeat, man. I think anybody would.
Did you? Did you?
Yeah, exactly, man. And it's real confusing, but I honestly believe what you said earlier, Sleuth. I don't think they have enough DNA.
They might not. They might just have enough to know that you're connected, but not enough to prove you in court. And that's why they need that one piece. They need somebody else to say, like, hey, I saw him do that. And then while they're trying to explain the case to the jury, they're like, oh, and we have this 85% DNA match. And they're like, oh, okay. That's pretty good. I think he's guilty.
Wasn't there one of the things that Keegan looked up was how to clean up a crime scene or something along those lines?
Yeah.
He did.
Now that's pretty sus right there. That is pretty damn suspicious.
It's bad. Yeah. Real
Think
bad.
about it though. So what does that mean? That means nothing.
Well, what that tells me, that may be the most, as far as what I know, I've not read the whole thing or anything like that, but as far as what I've heard, that is very, why would somebody put that in a search engine? I mean, it's not impossible that they would do it for no reason, but that's just pretty damn suspicious to me.
In another way, Brian, it's interesting you said that. I had a different kind of theory on that too, thinking that maybe the reason he was looking for that information is he was worried about the person that did kill him. They would find the DNA of that person and then connect him to it.
Yeah, and how long DNA lasts and stuff like this.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about what chemicals could do to potential DNA, but when you're looking up how to do a crime scene, I was watching a movie one time, and I forget, it's a pretty popular movie, but when they're in a shootout and before they leave, they spray the blood with ammonia. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, that's just in the movies. But when I was thinking about that, and I was like, "Why you're looking up how to?"
That's a pretty good movie.
Do you know what movie I'm talking about?
Yeah, Brian, and also that's the same movie where they put the coins in the eyes.
That's very true. So that was just something very interesting that I thought about why he would be looking that up. A lot of coincidences there, isn't there, guys?
Yeah, definitely a lot of coincidences. Check this out.
Friday evening, state police hurry into the cemetery, returning to the crime scene. Undercover officers did some work and left about 20 minutes later. The same time, troopers checking out a car left at the High Bridge trailhead.
You see that? Like, look, this is like the day after, and they're already like harassing people that are parked at the trailhead. Check this out.
Turned out to be a woman and kids out walking.
Turned out to be a woman and kids out walking, but yeah, we harassed them.
Shows the high pace of police activity that'll go through the weekend, they say. Near sunset, up on High Bridge Trail.
I thought it was important to do.
Chastity Gerald knew both.
Who's Chastity Gerald? Anybody know that name?
I think it was a friend of Libby's.
Yeah, Chastity Gerald. I mean, I don't know. Everybody's like, I don't trust her. I'm like, what? Why do you trust her?
German and Abby Williams. The
girl. Yeah, I think it was a friend of Libby's or Abby's.
Hold on. School. Before I play this clip, there's people that message me. They're like, I don't trust that girl.
Sunset
all right.
On High Bridge
this
Trail.
is a child.
I thought it was important to do.
Chastity Gerald knew both Libby German and Abby Williams. The girls murdered not far from here. Libby was a good friend.
She loved to swim. And she's like always nice and happy.
Still hard.
Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? She loved to swim. Like, is that like? I don't trust anybody. I don't care how old they are. I'm sorry.
I would love to know the girls, like for a solid month before they were murdered. I would love to know, like, places they went that had cameras or sporting events where people took pictures, stuff like that.
Riley Park on Sunday. So if you know anything about that, they were at Riley Park Sunday. So if anybody has any information about that. Oh, let's hear. Here, let me finish this.
To believe that it's happened, she says. Chastity was not on the trail Monday, but her friends were, and they told about.
Chastity was not on the trails, but her friends were.
About a man they saw.
Yeah, they said that they had said hi, and he just like brushed them off, and
we said hi, and they just brushed him off.
Kept going.
Did they think he was strange, out of place, or?
They said he was, but then again, it could just be a rumor.
They described him dressed in black. Meanwhile, police continued the search.
Dressed in black. Man, you hear that shit? What is that?
That's pretty that's very interesting, given that Bridge Guy is appearing to wear a blue jacket.
Yeah, dressed in black. Maybe when he got to the trails, he wasn't wearing that shit.
I have a theory on why it might have looked black.
I have a theory that when Bridge Guy got there, he was with other people who may have been in black.
Now, is this before or after the murders when they were claiming to have seen him?
I'm thinking that this is before. I'm thinking that the guys in black, let's say the CPS building shit is true and they're at 12, they show up at 12 and they're running around the trails messing around. Maybe high. You know what I mean? High, running around, checking out the place. The girls don't show up until 1:30, 1:40-ish. Get there. These guys are already like running around, maybe hiding their face the entire time. Like witnesses are like, yeah, we saw him, but we really didn't see him.
I'm very interested in the person who says for sure he didn't have blue eyes.
That's the dog lady, but that's in regards to the older sketch. So I don't listen to that anymore. I actually think that they believe that she may have been lying.
I would find that hard that I would walk past a person and know for 100% certainty they didn't have blue eyes. You know what I mean? That just, I don't know.
No, to me, that means like gray, maybe. But this person, if you got to remember, when Kim Riley's mentioning the person who mentions the blue eyes, he's referring to the older person sketch. This is like the very, very, very first presser. Now, he keeps messing up. He keeps saying she by mistake. And he's talking about this witness, but he didn't mean to expose her. But this is the same lady that's talking about the blue eyes. Now, this whole press conference is in regards to the older man sketch. So if in 2019 they say, okay, we're going to change directions and we're going to switch gears, all right, then she must be lying. Daniel, are you there? Did you call back in or no?
Yeah, I got cut off. I was just listening.
All right. Well, hold on. But you did call back in? That's you, right? Why do I got two of you? There you go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay, man. Yeah. What you guys are talking about, man, it's you're absolutely on the right page.
Yeah. Well, that's all I had to say about that.
Yeah, but I'm really interested in this show you got coming up tomorrow night. What time and when can I tune in?
Basically, whenever I get up and I can do some follow-up research, there's actually a case of so one of the cases that he solved was Victor Lofton. And then another case that Michael Peasley solved was Sydney Nicole Buchanan. And it was basically a man and a woman who went to like a Wiz Khalifa type concert. And then I don't know, maybe he got jealous or something. But when they left, went back to California, and somehow he got jealous and wanted to attack her, and somehow brought her across Indiana state lines. But yeah, he basically dismembered her, and she was missing for a while. And I'm going to cover that whole story. Sydney Nicole Buchanan. Yeah, Sydney Nicole Buchanan. Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to that.
Michael Peasley solved that shit. Not to mention a cold case of Victor Lofton. This dude is no joke. Like
it sounds like he's got quite the resume, man. It sounds like
man. Yes, talk about intimidating. If he can't find out who's responsible for this, I don't know who can, man. This guy is like the who's who. I wouldn't want to fuck with this guy.
And it kind of backs up to what we were talking about earlier, that there may be seriously some corruption going on.
Well, either that or they know who it is, and it has something to do with the search.
I would have a hard time believing that all the agencies and the FBI would hide behind that, though.
Well, it's not that. You have to worry about the prosecutor, too.
Well, I mean, yeah, but when you're talking about the FBI, you know, that's a federal thing. I really don't think that. I've heard a lot of people say they believe, you know, that there's a police cover up of some sort, and I can't.
Well,
if there was,
I'm not talking a cover up. I'm talking like during the search, maybe a person of interest was near the crime scene or decided to take a piss or put his DNA somewhere, maybe walked up to the bodies and like checked for a pulse. Basically, I mean, think about it. Think about it.
He would have been there.
If you're a serial, think about it. Okay, put your mind into the mind of a serial killer. Okay, I just killed 2 girls. Now I have the ability to jump up early in the morning, join the search, and get out there to the bodies and put my DNA all over everything. You know what I mean? That could be horrible for a case.
I mean, it would make a lot of sense. If he did that, I would almost of course, there's a lot of theories on, you know, how a phone was planted or, you know, he knew that he was on that bridge and it was to throw police off or whatever. But I don't think you would record yourself and run out there and do that. So if that was done, I think it was. I don't think he had a clue that Libby was recording because he was looking down.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think she may have even been kind of using Abby as like kind of like a shield, and then she's kind of like filming, like where kind of how there's that image where Abby's shoulder kind of popped out or whatever, or her hand in her pocket popped out. It might have been her hiding behind Abby, filming this guy like, oh shit. And we all seen that it takes only 4 to 5 minutes to cross that bridge. So if they met some creepy guy over at the Freedom Bridge and they're like, oh shit, you know, and they escaped over there to where nobody else goes. So everybody says, well, nobody's seen Libby or Abby. Well, not everybody goes and hangs out at the Monon High Bridge. They all hang out at the Freedom Bridge area, you know. So it's like two different areas. So it's almost like they left that area to go to this area, but the son of a bitch followed them. So when they were killing time, waiting for Derek to come pick them up, they're like, we're just going to walk maybe halfway onto the bridge. And when he calls, we'll come running back. But by the time they got to halfway to the bridge, this piece of shit was coming towards them already. And they were like, shit, what do we do? Well, just go down the bridge, you know, go to the end. And no, he just kept coming.
So basically, they walked into the trap he had probably previously set.
Yeah, and maybe this guy was high as shit. Like I said, Keegan Klein, he was switching his phones, Anthony Shots on Snapchat, 2 different phones at 8 a.m. And then he's over here at Country Club. So maybe they went over there to Country Club, got all fucked up and said, yeah, let's go see what these girls are up to. And then they just took it too far, you know what I mean? Or it was revenge because they started talking to her at like early February.
What about the comment I was supposed to meet her and she didn't show up?
Who? When Keegan Klein said that?
Yeah.
But we all know, what do you mean she didn't show up? She did show up. She was at the bridge. She died there. Hold on.
Yeah. When you read what I'm talking about is when you go through that, you know, first, you know, he says he blocked her, you know, because she was annoying or whatever, and then he says, well, I was supposed to meet her, but she didn't show up. Now that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, what he's saying is that she did show up. Yeah.
You don't block somebody and then go meet them. That doesn't.
Well, the whole blocking must have potentially occurred when he said he first met her early February, like the first, second, third. But if you read his transcript, Keegan Klein, the only phone that meant anything to him is the only phone that he deleted any information between the 10th and the 16th where he would be grooming her. All the other phones, nothing was deleted. It was just his own personal phone where he would have potentially been grooming her. So, I mean, it doesn't get more suspicious than that. So, if he's not the bridge guy, he knows who is.
Yeah, and here's the thing. You know, when you're talking about going to prison, if you're, you know, it's bad enough for child pornography, but if they find out you're connected to murdering of 2 little girls, they're going to show you what a nightmare looks like in there.
There's a report. Oh man, I wish I can find it. There's a report. It might have been a Keegan Klein or Garrett Kurtz, but somebody walked into their cell and accused them of killing Daniel Nations. So, okay. So Daniel Nations was announced as a person of interest, right? So they arrested him, and the very first day he was in jail, people went into his cell and attempted to like assault him because of his involvement in the case.
Yeah, I think that may be a big reason, other than the fact that he'll probably get, I don't know, does Indiana have the death penalty?
Yeah, hell yeah, they do.
I mean, whoever did this, if they get convicted of it, they're going to get the needle.
Well, it depends.
I
don't know who did this. We don't know who did this.
No, I'm saying if they arrest somebody and they're convicted of it.
Well, we don't know. What if it was a female who was 14 years old?
I don't think that would matter now. I mean, because if they arrest her, she's not 14, so I think she'll be charged as an adult.
Well, she was at the time of the crime, though. That's
Yeah,
going to take account.
know how
They're
it's
going
gonna
to
work.
take that into account. That's all I'm saying. I mean, we can't nitpick that shit. But I'm just saying.
I think they deserve to get the needle.
Yeah, I think something's going on with that. Whoever introduced Libby to Anthony Shots, I have a sick feeling they're involved in all this. And it might not be the girl. It could maybe be an older brother or something who knew, maybe had inside information that Anthony Shots was talking to them and decided to take that upon themselves to either perpetrate the crime or use them as the fall guy.
Yeah, I don't know. I've thought about the teen thing, but it's just some of it's hard for me to believe about how a teen can orchestrate such a brutal murder like that.
Man, you obviously ain't been watching my live streams.
I don't get to watch all of them, no. But
yep, I have 4 parts. Well, it's 3 parts. It's called Mean Teens. It's basically where I go over cases where young teens perpetrate sophisticated crimes, where it's premeditated and orchestrated with sophisticated means and things like that.
are you talking about like the teens actually doing the crime themselves, or talking an older person into doing it?
Both.
See, I don't know. I would have an easier time believing that she did it herself versus.
That's what I'm saying. Like, imagine a mean teen who has jealousy towards Liberty. Liberty has no clue. Which, in the cases of most, like I did this whole live stream, most of the mean teen cases, the other teens have no clue. They think they're still friends. They think they're still, everything's good. But on behalf of the person who's trying to attack them, life is over. They must regain their dignity against this person. Like, they're completely batshit, basically. You know what I mean?
Something else that I've actually thought about, I don't want to point fingers at anybody, but I've thought about ex-boyfriends, parents, or uncles that these girls had.
Well, John Douglas says guys sounds like a coach or a teacher. So I'm wondering, they were in baseball, softball, something like that.
It's very possible. Guys is a it's a
unisex term.
Right.
Guys, it's somebody, John Douglas put it as somebody who's used to talking to a large group of men and women at the same time. He wouldn't say girls or guys or boys or girls or boys. He would say guys, like guys, almost like a teacher or somebody who's surrounded by kids often. So that's always stuck in my mind.
Yeah, that definitely does sound like someone who's surrounded by a group of kids or something all the time like that. Guys. Huh.
Guys. Because I use that word. I love the word guys. And to me, I only use the word guys when it's like a group of people that may include a female.
It's almost like they were going in a direction that he didn't necessarily want them to go.
Yeah. Guys.
Maybe in front of him.
Guys. Like maybe he'd been chasing them way before that.
Yeah. Now he's saying, guys, go down the hill or whatever. Like, it's almost like maybe they're veering a direction that he wasn't intending them to go. And now he's
there was a crazy theory I had where Let's say the bridge guy forced. Now this is ridiculous, kind of, but the bridge guy forces them down the hill. Right? They go down the hill, but the bridge guy doesn't follow them. He kind of walks back across the bridge and watches them, and they try to hide, and they're like, "Oh my god, this guy won't go away. What are we going to do?" And then he comes back and kind of hides. And they're like, "Well, the only way we can go back is across the creek. Well, how are we going to do that? Well, just take off your shoes. Take off your shoes and pull up your pants, and let's just walk across the creek." Well, what if they walk across the creek and he's watching them the whole time and comes and cuts them off at the front?
It's possible.
You know what I mean? They cross on their own reconnaissance and he cuts them off, or somebody else does.
And they would almost have to, I mean, you would think they would almost have to know exactly where they went up the bank, because whether your shoes are on or off, when you go in the water and go up a muddy bank, you know, or even if the bank was dry, you're going to create mud. Water
Yeah,
and
why was her shoe found over there, and why were they found with no signs of fight or anything like that?
Now that I have a problem with. The whole there was no struggle when I've actually there are several people who went to the funeral and stuff and said that there were bruises and stuff on them. So I find that hard to believe. That I have a problem with that.
With what?
That there was no struggle.
What do you mean? I mean, if somebody's a sign of a struggle would be, let's say, defensive wounds on a hand, or maybe you know, when you get in a fight and you throw a punch at somebody, your knuckles get scraped. If the girls were fighting, their nails would be broken, their knuckles would be scraped. There would be defensive wounds. They're saying none of that. They're saying there was no sign of a fight or a struggle. If somebody's going to stab you, the first thing you do is you put up your hand. Then you get stabbed in your hand, right?
I mean, not necessarily, but it's a possibility.
What do you mean? If you come running at me and you put up a knife and you come stabbing towards my face, the first thing I'm going to do is stick up my hand to block it.
Well, I mean, but you can't really. It's hard to say that I would come at you with a knife and stab you in the face.
No, I'm just saying, if you did, though, isn't that the first thing you would do, is defend yourself?
As an adult, yes. I don't know what I would do as a 14-year-old child.
Okay, well, let's take what it says in the Logan affidavit. It says that there was a sharp-edged weapon. There was a tons of blood. Okay, so that means it was something violent.
Right.
So let's just take that and then answer the question.
I have a theory on if that is 100% true and there was no struggle there, I believe that they could have been rendered unconscious before the stab.
From behind, like whacked in the head, right? Quick, bop.
Yeah, I mean, whacked in the head or whatever, but rendered unconscious somehow, because I find it hard to believe that someone's just going to stand there and let someone stab them. There be no struggle.
Hear me out. Okay, so Liberty's being yanked over the water, and let's say I'm assuming some type of headlock or something, and she's being dragged. Abby is basically in shock, following as much, becomes the arguing couple, I'm assuming, if that's a real thing. As they cross the creek, she's like, let my friend go, let my friend go. And as they cross the creek, this person knows of that sand island that's there that you can cross, but has put the gun away, but has another weapon in their hand. And Abby is become a nuisance. Let my friend go, let my friend go. And this person then, just to silence her and remove her from the situation, Erskine says knew what they were doing with Abby. Just attacks her quickly. Bam, bam, bam. Stop fussing. Stop attacking me. Stop. I'm taking Libby. Stop bothering me. Attack. Quick, 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 quick. Boom. Just knew what they were doing enough to stop them. And she's right there on the edge of the creek, right after they cross. And then just a little bit further up is another crime scene. What do you think about that theory?
I don't know. I mean, it's very possible. Another problem that I have is, there not being any screaming. So that's why I lean a lot towards the unconscious theory, because I don't care who you are.
Drugs or thumping? Well, the thing is, when you thump somebody or you drug somebody, you got to carry them. They're not going on their own.
I don't think about the drug theory. I think more of getting whacked from behind, because one thing
after they cross the creek, though, but I want this conversation possibly to be, why would they cross the creek? What would motivate them?
They cross the creek.
Once they cross the creek and then they're thumped, yes, that makes a lot of sense. But what would motivate them to cross the creek?
I think they would cross the creek if, and I know a vast majority of people believe he was parked at the cemetery. I don't know that, or that was his exit route or whatever.
I think it was the exit route, but whether they were parked there or not, yeah, who knows?
But why cross the creek? It would make perfect sense if that was, rather than try to take both of them back across the bridge, the only way back to get to the other side, you have to cross the creek, right?
If you had a ruse, right? If you're like some type of like, hey, law enforcement, you can't go this way, you need to come this way type of thing. Otherwise, why would it matter?
Well, because I think he knew, okay, so if he gets to the end of the bridge and he's at the girls, he can't take the chance on them running back across the bridge and possibly making it, because he knows probably he didn't feel confident in running after them back across the bridge. So he has a better chance of controlling them by taking them down and across the creek to get back to the other side.
Well, yeah, he's definitely not going to let them come back across the bridge. But why go down the hill? What's down there? Like, why go down the hill? They obviously, did they run? If they ran, the thing is that the girls, we think, go down the hill. And then they were like, oh, hell no. And then they ran, like, okay, let's run. We know Deer Creek. Let's get across Deer Creek, and then we'll run towards the cemetery. That's kind of where our drop off is. And we'll get picked up and we'll go home. That's not
more of a possibility.
But that's not what happened. What happened is that there was no sign of a struggle. There was no fight. They walked across the creek with their killer. Did the killer drive across the creek with an ATV? Maybe?
I would like to know what their definition of sign of a struggle actually means, though, because just because someone runs, that may not show a sign of a struggle.
Thanks, Sar.
Do what?
Thanks. No, Sar did a $5 super chat. Thank you for supporting. I mean, think about it. What if law enforcement don't know shit? What if they're just sitting at the end of the rumor mill just like we are?
I think they know a lot more than we do, but I don't think they have a clue who did it.
You don't think so at all?
I don't believe so at all. I think it's because, you hear Doug Carter say all the time, and one thing I watched, he was saying, we know about you. We know a lot about you. And then the other interview, he says, the only tip we're missing is we need someone to say, that's my brother. That's my coworker. That's my, and that's
bullshit. I don't believe
it could, it could be, it could not be, but I firmly believe
it is. They don't know shit.
I don't think they have a clue who it is.
They don't have a clue. But I think that in Delphi, I think they know.
Oh, somebody knows for sure. I'm just not sold that law enforcement knows.
Law enforcement don't know, but they know. Somebody down there knows. And I think the only thing that's really going to break this open is going to be some really, really good investigative journalism. Some like old school type shit.
Boots on the ground.
Some boots on the some crazy shit. And I don't have the balls for that. I don't have the energy. So hopefully somebody that's listening steps up and says, hey, you know what? I'm going to go in there and I'm going to do some fucking John Rambo shit. First Blood. Let's do it.
Somebody would have to go undercover in a very dangerous place.
Yeah, they would have to be used to it. They would have to be street smart. Maybe even addicted to drugs.
Well, sometimes it takes a wolf to catch a wolf.
That's what I'm saying. We're gonna do. We need some something. Yeah, exactly. Some some training day shit. Yeah, there you go.
What do you think about all this, Daniel?
Daniel's gone.
Oh. I thought I saw his thing still up there.
He might be in the chat. He can call back in.
I don't know. There's so many theories and possibilities, but I don't know that the whole struggle thing. I think if there wasn't a struggle, they were rendered unconscious.
I don't think so. You got to think about it. Liberty was nude, right? Her upper body was nude.
Yeah.
So what if she was separated at some point from Abby and crossed the creek on her own with this gentleman, and she's left behind with her own gentleman? I don't know about you, but when I was 14, making out was what life was about. We went to the movies to make out. We went to the mall to make out. We hid behind anything that we could to make out. 14, 15, 13, 14, that was the age. So is that possible?
Well, when we look at the and this is kind of when I went to the movies, and I will not ever go watch, and this is going to bring me back to what I'm saying, if you'll bear with me. Last time I went to the movies to watch a horror movie, I went with a girl, and I can't remember the name, but it was a scary movie that was out she wanted to see. And so we went, and the 14, 15-year-old girl scared me more than the movie did by screaming. So why, if Ron Logan's phone pinged outside his house.
It didn't ping outside his house.
Well, are you sure?
Yeah. I'm sure that you can't prove that.
I thought in the deal it said his phone did ping outside of his house.
No. It just said it pinged near the crime scene. Crime scene is on his property.
And how close, when a phone pings, like how close to a certain area, how close can they pinpoint where it pings?
They can't.
So they can only pinpoint it to a certain 1,000 yards radius or something?
They totally manipulated that whole piece of information.
But what I'm going to get back to on the screaming thing is these girls were, everyone believes, stabbed, and there was a lot of blood at the scene. I find it hard to believe
no sign of a fight or no sign of a struggle, according to the Ron Logan affidavit.
Well, no, what I'm saying is I find it hard to believe that these girls did make a hell of a racket while getting murdered, unless they were either gagged or rendered unconscious.
Well, if we've gained any insight from like the Shill Miller and certain other cases, is what happens is when people are perpetrating these crimes, they convince these people to go out into the woods They convince them that they're part of maybe a film. In order to be part of this film, the next scene is that you put your hands behind your back and you let me tie your hands behind your back. But what they don't realize is that the second they tie their hands behind their back is they're murdered. And this is actually has happened before, involving certain people even from Indiana and people in Alaska. So we know that this is not some kind of fairy tale horror movie. This is real shit.
Yeah, I don't know, Sleuth. I'm not sold on the struggle thing or the. I just feel like if someone's stabbed, they're going to make a lot of racket.
What do you mean? How are you going to make? I just don't know.
As far as, I mean, if someone stabs me, I'm going to scream. I don't see them just sitting there taking that.
Well, but we have to put everything in. Are you a chess player?
I mean, I've played chess before.
Well, okay. So let's think about it as a chess game. So she's Liberty is naked. So he didn't undress her after the fact, right?
I mean, I don't understand where that's coming into play on her screaming or not.
But why would she be undressed?
Well, I mean, she could have had a gun on her and him telling her to. I mean, those possibilities are pretty endless.
But she's undressed, right?
I guess. I mean, I wasn't there at the crime scene. I don't know that.
But do you think it's plausible that if somebody's forced to undress, they're going to scream? If something's compelling me to do something, I'm not going to yell to counteract what is causing me to do the same thing with the fear. So if somebody has a gun pointed at me and they're telling me to take my clothes off, I think I'm going to do it, especially if right in front of me, after I said no, they killed my friend.
I'm not talking about screaming beforehand. I'm talking about when the blade met, you know, when he started stabbing. It's hard for me to believe that they didn't scream.
What if they were killed separately? Like I said, she's naked, right?
And whether they were killed separately or with clothes on or naked.
But that's what I'm saying. Well, let's say this. Okay. Hang with me for a second. Liberty and the killer walk across the creek together. They go to the kill zone. The killer does his thing or whatever, kills Liberty, comes back and says, well, I need to bring you to her. Brings Abby to Libby after he's already killed her and says, well, there you go. There she is. And then boom, attacks her. What about that?
I mean, even if he did that, I don't think it would keep either one of them from screaming when they got stabbed.
Well, if Liberty goes across the creek with the killer on her own accord, and she takes her clothes off and she's thinking she's with like her boyfriend or whatever, and then boom, he attacks her. Boom, she's dead. That's it. It doesn't mean he's not going to come back. You know what I mean? Or what about the ambush scenario? They ambush them both. They kill Abby, and then once she's out of the scenario, then the group proceeds with whatever they had intended. What about that theory?
I don't know about that, but
no, none of that.
I don't know about that. I mean, I definitely believe it's a stalker type of assassin, no matter what the situation was. I mean, I think because he did stalk him to an extent.
Well, it depends. Was a stalker a hired stalker? And then we'll take it from here. Or, I mean, are we dealing with, is it hard to find the MO because there's multiple people who are involved?
I think if there's multiple people involved, I don't think there was multiple people involved in the murder itself.
That's what
Not
I mean.
directly.
Like a kind of like a Keegan Klein. Let's say they're doing drugs with a really bad guy. Keegan Klein, Tony Klein, they're hanging out. Couple bad guys. You know, Keegan Klein says, "Hey, oh, you're a piece of shit too. Check this out. Look, this is what I have. Oh, okay. Oh, what if this person for some reason hears the name like Liberty German and it's like, oh shit, that's somebody that I'm targeting right now. Like I know that name. You know what I mean?
Right.
Imagine a piece of shit sitting like because I've been there. I've been a young kid. I've lived my life. I know what a party is. I know the randomness of somebody saying something and it meaning something. So let's see a party in Kokomo and they're like, "Oh, well, yeah, this girl here, this is Liberty German. Yeah, this is a girl that I'm catfishing right now." And somebody goes, "What? Liberty German?" You know, I'm seeking revenge on her such and such at this point in time. What do you mean? So at that point, that's where you have the revenge and the whole Keegan Klein thing, like kind of like tying together. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I've always thought there's a little bit of, the whole abduction gone. This could have been an abduction gone bad.
Yeah, that's private drive. You want to go down the hill? That's the private drive is down the hill. There could be a vehicle down there. I don't know.
Have they said exactly where the shoe was found?
I keep hearing that it was on the private drive.
Yeah, I mean, if it was on the private drive, I mean, somebody, they could have taken off running and run out of your shoe, But with a tennis shoe, if they had on flip flops or something, which I don't know what kind of shoes they had on, I'm assuming something.
I think it was a Nike.
Yeah, like a tennis shoe, man. If you got your shoes tied, it's hard to run out of a tied shoe like that. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but I would find it.
No. That's what leads me to believe, Brian, is that when the bridge guy confronted the girls, he just grabbed Liberty around the neck and just started pulling her.
And you see what I'm saying? It goes back to my theory of there not being a struggle.
Yeah, that is a struggle, huh?
That's a damn struggle. Or if he has to drag them across the creek or anything like that, that's a struggle. I'd like to know what their definition.
And you're gonna see rub marks.
Yeah, I mean, if he grabs them around the throat, you don't want to apply
exactly
pressure.
Thank you, Brian. So that's my point. Is this? They all went across the creek together. I'm thinking a quad. I'm thinking they said, go ahead and jump on the quad. Why? I think maybe the clothes or the shoes or stuff like that, maybe that was dropped. Maybe they were trying to take it with them.
You talking about a souvenir?
Yeah, maybe they were trying, or they just grabbed everything that they could and put it in a bag. I don't know. Who knows? One thing that somebody was referring to, they were talking about Garrett Kurtz, and they were talking about meth, and it was this guy. Apparently, he was a meth addict. I think it was on a real, might have been on Graz, and he said, "Oh no, it was on Sunny," and he said, "Hey man, that sounds like some real meth shit." Basically saying like when you're high on meth, there's really no rhyme or reason to that shit.
I mean, it very well could have been, and I believe, what is that called? Open Secrets?
Yeah, Open Secrets.
Where they did the phone call with Garrett Kurtz or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that dude, you really listen to that, man. I think him and that other guy, one thing that I thought was pretty cool or not cool, but interesting, when she said something about Garrett Kurtz is worried about this Delphi thing being over his head, he said, well, he should be. I found that very interesting when he said that.
No, it is cool when you can find things like that because you're paying attention. If you're going to put forth the work and the effort and you find something, hell yeah, it's cool.
And he could just be saying that, but it's awful interesting that he would say he should be.
Yeah. And that means something. And that's why you got people like Michael Peasley coming in. He's listening to the language. He's listening to the behavior. Like that. Why can't we? Why can't just because we're not trained at it, doesn't mean we can't try. We're all humans. We're all created equal. Why can't I give it the good old American college try?
This bridge guy, he could, if you get into the drug element theory, this guy could be the guy that when somebody needs something dirty done, they pay him to do it or whatever. And
all right, tie in Vegas. Boom.
And it's someone who murders children. That is a very specific, in my opinion, kind of serial killer, because I've watched interviews on serial killers, and I think it's the can't remember that guy who did all those hits up in New York City. What was his name? Kuklinski?
Son of Sam?
No, is Robert Kuklinski or something like that? Or he was a hitman for the mafia.
Oh, you're talking about the Iceman.
Yeah, the Iceman. And when asked if there was a job he wouldn't do, he said he wouldn't kill a kid. Now, this is a guy who could walk up, shoot somebody in the face for money, and then go eat breakfast. So
but you don't know, because this could be a kid.
It could be. I don't believe it is, but it's possible.
But why not? Why not? Think about it. Why couldn't it be a kid?
As far as the person in that audio
on the bridge,
I don't believe it's a kid at all. Just the way he walks and stuff reminds me of an older guy, and the voice doesn't sound like a kid to me at all.
What do you mean the way he walks?
Just the way he walks, man. I've grown up around a lot of older guys in their 40s, late 30s, 40s, 50s, and it's just the way Daniel was trying to say something about it earlier, and I know what he was meaning. It's like the way he carries himself, the way he's moving, it just looks older. But the biggest thing for me, not necessarily the video or him walking on the bridge, is the audio. It just doesn't sound like somebody younger to me.
But it could.
I mean, it could be, but I don't believe it.
Think about it. 13, 14, that's puberty. I mean, I don't know the kind of people you were around or how you were, but I mean, I was trying to do big people shit at that age.
Yeah, I mean, I know some people, I've got family that got involved in a pretty rough lifestyle, and I kind of borderlined it a little bit when I was 18, 19 years old. But
I got into some real trouble at that age. Like I could have been like, if things wouldn't have turned out a certain way, like I could have been like the bad guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it often makes you wonder what, if this person is on drugs or not, like what clicks and what is wrong with this person's brain that allows them to do such a thing like that.
Well, that's why you got to think of the motivation. Think about it. There's no sign of trauma, no sign of fight or struggle. So that means they know this person. They may not know him right there. Like let's say he's wearing a disguise there, but when they get down the hill and there's somebody else there, then they're calm again. You know what I mean?
Or from afar on the bridge, they just hadn't recognized him.
Yeah, and when he gets closer and he's like, yeah, like, hey, look, it's me. And they're like, oh, I'm so worried. Well, hey, I want to show you something. Like, it's Valentine's Day tomorrow. There's something that I want to show you. I want to show you these signatures. I want to show you the staging. I want to show you this. I want to show you that. Well, I'm not walking across that. Trust me, it'll be worth it. Or just get on the quad and we'll just drive across there. That's how I got away in the first place. Something like that.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just it's so weird, you know. And if this was a hired, let's say if it was a hired hit, you know, hell, this person could be from anywhere. I mean, really.
I did see cases in 2016 where people were actually hiring people to do hits with drugs. They were paying in drugs and stuff like that, and these people were happy to do it.
Man, that is crazy to me.
Yeah, I was tripping. But Brian, I think I'm going to get out of here. It's been a really long, man. What a great conversation. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we've had a hell of a conversation tonight.
Yeah, thank you. All the callers, everybody that helped out, I appreciate that. That was amazing.
I enjoyed it, man.
Yeah, call in next time if you want to follow up. I really appreciate it. Great talk. Everybody that called in, Mandy, good to see you. Adam, Sally, Carol, everybody that joined in, I appreciate it. Brian, last words, anything you want to say before we close it out?
Somebody knows who he is. Turn him in.
Somebody knows, right?
Somebody knows.
Do you think, is it possible that somebody doesn't know?
That's a very big fear. That's a very scary thought, but it is very possible.
Let's look at this guy here on the screen. Is it possible that this guy, at home, he's a family man, no connection to Anthony Shots, no connection to nobody, and somehow he may even be law enforcement and had prior notice of Anthony Shots. He used that information and all on his own, nobody knows in the world, and perpetrates this crime. Is that possible?
It's very possible.
You think so?
I mean, at this point, given the information we know, the realm of possibilities is almost endless. I mean, we all have theories, but if you're talking about hardcore concrete evidence, there's a lot of possibilities that it could be.
It's just tying me back into the corruption thing. How about this? Tomorrow when I do my live, Brian, give me a call back. Let's finish this conversation.
What time are you going live?
Not sure yet. I'll put a notification out there, so keep a look on my channel. You too, Daniel.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, man. We're gonna check out Daniel. I appreciate your local input. Are you going to follow up with us?
Absolutely, man. And anything I can do to help out. Like I said, I really enjoy your programs and your videos, and it's really opened my eyes to a lot of things I didn't know before. And
what is let's hear it right now. Daniel Wooten and Brian James, what is your criticism of Sleuth Intuition?
Well, I don't have any criticism, because you're Sleuth Intuition, man. You're the man.
There's not really any criticism. Everybody is, that's the beauty of us getting together and collaborating on, our different opinions and different theories. I mean, we all have different opinions and different theories on certain things, but I mean, I think that's what is going to keep an open mind. I think if everybody had the same opinion, probably nothing would get done.
That's correct, man. I totally agree. I mean, everybody's going to have a different outlook on this thing. They're going to have different people that they think's involved, and I'm just going by a lot of what I heard when I was there.
I almost think
that's what's important.
I almost think it's a positive thing to have people looking in different, because if you're hunting a certain individual, if everybody goes down the same road, the likelihood of it being on that road is slim.
Yeah.
So you need people looking in different directions and different theories, I believe.
Yeah, the thing that's got me, guys, is this Anthony Shots thing. That's got to be something that's tied into this.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So
100%.
we're one step away, man.
Yep. Who's
We're
connected
not
to
that far
that?
away. That
And
is the $1 million question.
but if you look at the person right there, that's not Tony Klein and that's not Keegan Klein.
I don't believe it's either one of them.
Absolutely
No.
not. I don't either.
This is a young man. Look at him. Look, he's slender. He's holding like a long something with a long handle in his hand that's reaching into this pouch or pocket or whatever this is. It's long.
Hey, Sleuth, is there any truth behind that they claim, and I've heard this many times, that one of the girls did mention, hey, he has a gun, or mention a weapon, pistol, or
No.
armed weapon?
No. That all comes from Gray Hughes, and we all know that he's the same guy that said social media was not an issue. He was wrong then. He's wrong with that shit too. I guarantee it. So we don't know. But if you look at him right there, look at the picture that we're looking at. He looks like he's holding a gun.
I've always believed he had a gun, and I think a lot of people have argued, how did he control two people? Well, number one, they're children, but number two, I believe he had a gun. Just because he might not have shot it doesn't mean he didn't use it to get him to do what he wanted.
No, I also heard that there was some blunt force trauma. So it could have been maybe when he first came onto the bridge and confronted the girls, he could have bumped one of them right on the head with the gun or something. Like
that goes back to what I think about rendered unconscious.
Yeah, he could have knocked one, and then the other one was like, "Oh my god!" He's like, "Yeah, if you don't do what I say, I'm gonna do much worse to you." And then he's got one that's half, conscious. Yeah, who knows? We're looking. This guy was. You can tell he's ready to do something violent, but he's also he's wearing a disguise. It almost looked like he's wearing a beret or something. You know what I mean? Like some fake fucking army shit.
It's weird, man. It's hard. It's so hard. Different angles look like so many different things.
It looks like a beret. It looks like a beret to me.
Yeah, for the first time when I was really researching all of this stuff, I thought it was a welder's cap.
See, I'm a welder, so that's why I've always believed it was like a painter's cap or a welder's hat, something of that nature.
Yeah, and there's some articles, like I'll have to find it for you, but there was something that was posted that some of the people that helped with this video and helped with the audio, or maybe it was just one, I think it was both that I have. But anyways, they said that the person they thought might be an exterminator. Some sort of exterminator. And I've got the thing that I read. I think I might have found it on Reddit, which I know you can't believe everything you see, but it looked like it was legitimate. That's what they thought.
The thing is, we just don't know what's going on with this image. It almost looks like somebody wearing a hat, a jacket, but they might have something that we have no clue about that's just thrown over their head. I always wondered if maybe they have a mask underneath their chin, or even a mask on top of their head or something. You just don't know.
Actually, Sleuth, I actually did some digging on lifelike, like Hollywood type masks. I've seen people do pranks with them on YouTube, like an old man prank and stuff like that. And I've often wondered if he had
I had a retired officer present this case to me. No knowledge of the Delphi case, and presented that to me, saying that they could be wearing a fake mask, and also said it could potentially be a female walking based off of the short legs.
Yeah, and I'm very familiar myself with those type of masks you guys are talking about. You can get them through a company called Trick or Treat Studios, and there's another company that makes lifelike masks that just skin fit. And there's a special company for those, which look more lifelike. But you're talking hundreds and hundreds of dollars.
But regardless of all that stuff, look at this guy. He's not wearing that mask. This is a guy right here. He's wearing some type of hat. I'm not sure if he's wearing a hat and something over the top of a hat. He could even be wearing something strange, something that we're not fully aware of yet. But he could have very well left this jacket at the crime scene. All this shit could have been left there. And this could be some dude, once you take that hat off, that jacket, and these jeans, and even these shoes, it's like it's like, oh my God, of course it's that dude. You know what I mean?
You know, something else about that jacket, y'all, that I've often thought about. It could quite possibly be some sort of water repellent material. Well, I mean, it's going to repel any kind
blood.
of liquid. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's definitely to me. It definitely looks like some kind of water repellent or polyester blend jacket.
Gloves. Think about it. Gloves. Waterproof jacket. Something shoved. He has, like, we don't know if that's a gun. This could just be a bunch of weird shit shoved up under his jacket. Look, underneath his chin, like, it's completely shoved up into his jacket under his chest, and then right where his arm is, it's shoved up into the jacket. So what the fuck does he? What if he's bringing? What if the girls are expecting him, and he's bringing something back to them?
And you know, the thing about it is even if this person is caught and convicted, or whoever's involved, there might be still a whole lot of answers that we never know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true, and I think that's what's going to happen.
All right, guys. Well, this thing, we can go on forever about this case. I know I could. Sounds like you guys could as well.
Yeah, it sounds like we all three have been on it.
Daniel Wooten, Brian James, I want to thank you so much for making this a long, interesting live stream, because people seem to like these live streams that they can kind of listen to while they're doing whatever it is that they're doing, cleaning and streaming. And this is a really good live stream. I appreciate it. I got to get out of here. Please message me at my email if you have any follow-up. Or next time we open up the lines, please call in. You guys have been great, okay?
Yeah,
all
absolutely.
Right.
Hey, Brian, it was good meeting you too, and Sleuth. Thank you, man, so much.
Good meeting you.
The pleasure's all mine, guys.
All right, you guys have a good night.
All right. Take care now. Bye.
We'll see you.